Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're just starting with a little bit of warm-up now. All the drivers are just going to be preparing for the start of the race, which is still scheduled for 11 a.m. We'll be starting that stream pretty soon here. But for now, all the drivers are just warming up, getting used to their lines again, getting used to the track, and just kind of familiarizing themselves with their driving that they've been practicing. So we'll just keep an eye on the team, see if we can catch anything from warm-up that'll indicate anything new for the race. So it looks like the teams are starting to get closer and closer to their race pace that they've been practicing for. We have a 146.573 from Shake and Baker so far, but they have shown times much faster in practice for their race pace. So we'll be seeing them get a little bit faster as they go through this warm-up session. And here we have our pole position starters, team powered. They're coming into the pits now, probably going to swap out some tires and get used to fresh rubber again. This team put down a 144.082 in qualifying just the other day, last week when we held our knockout qualifying event. So they're going to be hoping to hold on to that first place for the whole 6 hours, which is going to be a difficult task. Shake and Baker is going to be our team starting in second. They're back for another 6-hour endurance race. They've done quite a few endurance races with us in the past, with a lot of success. They've won a couple. Joe and Cameron, the drivers on that team, are very fast and tend to come up with a pretty good strategy. They are definitely a team to be reckoned with on this race day. Starting just behind them is going to be Team Woo. They pronounce that team name quite a bit more enthusiastically than I will be today, but they're definitely here to have a good time. They're going to be starting in third behind Shake and Baker. That's Justin and Francisco. They're relatively new drivers to the track at Asheville, but very fast drivers. They have learned a lot very quickly and are quickly becoming some of the better drivers at our competitions. So very excited to see what they can do today. They currently have the fastest lap in practice, which is promising. And starting behind Team Woo at the start of the race is going to be Diller, Dads I'd Love to Race. This is a team that's run a few endurance races before as well. They always tend to perform pretty well. They're starting 4th today. They were a little bit off the pace in qualifying, but we know these drivers to always have pretty good race pace and a lot of consistency, so we're sure to see them on track today battling for some positions towards the top of the field. Start of the race at Daytona is always a tricky one to get right. It's a decreasing radius corner, which means the corner starts out wider and then cuts in shorter and shorter and shorter, kind of funneling all of the cars into one line, which can lead to a lot of accidents early on in the race. Hopefully we'll see a clean start though, and everybody will get into this 6 hour on the right foot. Behind Diller is going to be the car you see hitting the wall very hard right now. That's Joe Albert Racing. Good to get that out of the system now and prepare for the race. Make sure you're testing the car to the limit, so when you start the race, you know where not to go. They have a number 21 Joe Albert livery for this race. Very excited to see how they perform on track today. Jamie Gilpin and Mike Adams have both been doing some races with us for quite a while. They love our 6 hour endurance races. We're excited to see them racing again in our Daytona 6 hour. And starting behind Joe Albert Racing, we have Rookie Move, consisting of Jeff, David, and Gary in the number 55 Perrier BMW M4. They were a little disappointed with their qualifying session, but have since put in some good practice and are definitely on pace with Joe Albert Racing. And if they have a good day, may even try to compete with Diller a little bit. And our final team will be Team Compt in the Audi R8. They're going to be starting last. They had a pretty rough qualifying, but they're a fairly new team, so they're going to be getting into the race pretty fresh and trying out the 6 hour for the first time, which is very exciting. We're happy to have a new team on board ready to compete. Very excited to see what they can pull off today. And that's going to wrap up our qualifying order. So again, that's going to be Team Powered, Shake and Baker, Woo, Diller, Joe Albert Racing, Rookie Move, and Comp. That's going to be your starting order for the 6 hours of Daytona today. Very excited to see all these teams compete. Lap 1 is going to be a very interesting first turn especially. It's going to be very tricky for all the drivers. So we're very excited to see how everybody handles that when we go green. There should be just a few more minutes of practice left, and then after practice we're gonna take a little wait. Yeah, we just heard the final lap call, so this will be the final lap of the practice session. Everybody's gonna be just trying to calm themselves down a bit, get ready for the race. is a 6-hour race, so the start, it's tempting to get aggressive, but it makes a lot of sense to take it a little bit easier at the start of these races. It's a long race. You definitely can't win on the first lap, but you can lose on the first lap, and you'll lose a lot of time if you end up crashing anywhere. All right, and that's going to mark the end of the warm-up session here. We've got about 10 minutes until the race start, so don't go anywhere. We'll be green soon, starting the 6 hours of Daytona. And there should be just about 5 more minutes until we start the race. Again, we're planning on an 11 a.m. race start, so we should be there pretty soon. And again, just to run over the starting order, we're going to be doing Team Powered in first place, Shaken Baker second, Woo in third, Diller in fourth, Joe Albert in fifth, Rookie Move in sixth, and Compt in seventh. It's going to be very interesting to see what the actual race times look like. We've seen a lot of fast practice sessions lately. A couple teams found a little bit of time in their practice sessions a couple days ago and last night. So we'll have to see if anybody's gained any serious time tonight. And it looks like the drivers are starting to head to their simulators, which means we're about to go green. We're going to start the race with a quick formation lap, and then after that formation lap, we'll get started with the race. Pressure is absolutely starting to build for all the drivers. Everybody starts to get very excited now. They've all been preparing for a couple months now for this race. It's going to be 6 hours of hard racing. Everybody's going as fast as they can while still maintaining a safe pace for the tires and fuel. So we'll be starting here in about 2 minutes, hopefully a little less. And that sound means we should be starting the race here any second. All right, welcome everybody to the track at Asheville's Daytona 6-hour endurance race. We're starting the formation lap now. So the drivers are just doing one lap, then we're going to have a rolling start, which means the drivers will be at speed when they start the race. They won't stop and go from a standing start. They'll be doing a rolling start, which there's going to be a lot of strategy involved with even just that. Turn 1 is a very important corner around this track, so getting your start right is going to be very tricky, and we have two very competitive teams on the front row, and the second row as well will also have a chance at making some moves happen in the first turn. The drivers are now coming through turn 8 and 9 on the oval up to the Le Mans chicane, recently renamed the Le Mans chicane. So all the drivers are going to be trying to heat up their tires a little bit just to make their start a little bit easier. All right, and the formation lap is now coming to an end, which means we are about to start the race. All the drivers are going to start packing up a bit. We have all of our drivers very prepared now, ready for the start of this race. The safety car is going to pull in, and as that pace car comes into the pits, the teams will have their final preparation for the start of the race. Coming around the final corner now, up to the start-finish line. And the pace car pulls off, which means we will have green lights any second now. And green lights, we are now racing. Team Powered goes into the first corner. They're going to stay ahead for the first corner. Shake and Baker's stuck out a little bit wide. They managed to find their way and slot in behind Team Powered. Joe Albert went a little wide. It looks like we had a little bit of an incident in the background there. We're going to stick with first and second and watch the lead battle here. Shake and Baker with a good run out of that corner, coming into one of the fastest corners on the track. And it looks like we're going to have some very close racing from the top 4 for the start of this race. That was a very ideal start from Team Powered. They're going to be happy about that start. Shake and Baker's definitely going to be doing everything they can to fight back early on. You want to get passing done when you're close now. It's going to be difficult as the race goes on and everybody starts to split up a little bit from their pit stops. But it looks like Shake and Baker's going to have an opportunity here going into the chicane, which is a difficult place to pass. So hopefully they get through this cleanly. And Team Powered holds on to the lead. Really good racing there from both teams. Now, unfortunately, going for that pass on Team Powered has left Shakenbaker a little bit vulnerable to the car behind. It looks like Team Woo might now have a chance at fighting for position with Shakenbaker. Coming into turn 1, they're going to start this lap a little bit closer to Shakenbaker than they probably like. Shakenbaker taking a little trip over the grass there. It's going to unsettle the car a bit. Now, all these drivers are going to be trying very hard to get their positions early on, but they also have to be careful not to use up their tires too much. Looks like Team Powered had a little bit of a shake there on the exit of the last corner, so Shakenbaker got a bit of a run on them, but it was well defended by Team Powered. We'll see if Shakenbaker has another good run on this straight like they did last lap. And it looks like Team Powered's going to stay ahead into the chicane again. See if Shakenbaker is going to try and get Team Powered to wear their tires down a bit and just apply pressure for a little while. Applying pressure is very good in endurance races. As the 6 hours go on, it starts to build up over time, and you get more and more mistakes as the race goes on. So Shakenbaker is going to be trying to apply that pressure to Team Powered and force them into a mistake. But it looks like Team Powered is holding steady with a couple fast laps there. They're looking very good at the start of this race. And it looks like Team Powered is getting more comfortable as the race goes on here. They're starting to build more and more of a gap from Shakenbaker. Shakenbaker is still very close, just a couple of tenths of a second behind them. And as you'll see, small mistakes can easily be more than a few seconds. So 0.2 of a second is very, very close behind. They're both going to be pushing as fast as they can while trying to hold that balance of not pushing so hard that they end up making a mistake and crashing. Daytona has a lot of high-speed corners that are high risk, so it's easy to get pulled into trying to go too fast, especially in these opening few laps when you haven't quite gotten into the groove and you're just pushing for fast laps and racing the people around you a little bit. It's easy to start pushing a little bit too hard. So all these teams are going to be avoiding pushing too hard. It looks like Shakenbaker had a little bit of unsteadiness in the braking there coming into turn 1, so they had a little bit of a wiggle and went a tiny bit wide. And again, that's going to leave them open to Team Woo right behind them. So hopefully they can keep this car together and keep putting in. They just had fastest lap last lap, so if they can keep up that, they should be able to catch Team Powered again. But again, like I was talking about, that risk to reward ratio is a tough one to balance as you can get more and more risk. Woo deep on the brakes there, carrying in a lot of speed into that corner. They're definitely going to be pushing to try and take advantage of Shakenbaker's small mistake back there. And Team Woo actually with the fastest first sector on the track so far, so that interior section of the road course, they have gone the fastest through there so far with a 44.2. The other teams are closer to a 44.7 or 8. So Team Woo is definitely pushing right now, trying to make up some pace, trying to get a little bit closer to these top two and close that gap so they can start battling for a top position once things start to kick off a little bit later in the race as well. And as you just saw there, Team Woo has the fastest lap at the moment. So they are definitely pushing, trying to catch up to the teams ahead. Shake and Baker's car still kind of wiggling around a lot there under braking. It seems like they have some unsteadiness in their braking. They might be running their brake bias pretty far to the back of the car, which is the balance between the front and rear brakes of the car. Oh, he's going to give Team Powered a little bump there. And Team Powered is not going to be happy with that little bit of contact there. They're definitely going to be fighting back for that position, trying to catch back up to Shake and Baker now. And it looks like Team Powered is going to have Woo battling them for position now. And at the moment, it looks like Shake and Baker is breaking away a little bit. Team Powered is just trying to hold on to the back of Team Woo now. And Team Woo having a bit of a moment there into the second to last corner. in the first sector. Must have gotten a little bit late on the brakes there, and you saw a lot of rotation from the car. And you can still see Team Power just in the background there. They've fallen off a little bit, just about a second behind, but they're still going to be very motivated and still pushing to try and catch back up. Just behind them you have Joe Albert Racing, who's actually a position up from qualifying start. So they've gained a position over Diller at the start of the race, which means Diller is now going to be trying to chase them down and try and take that position back throughout this first stint especially. And in this 6-hour race, this does include fuel wear and tire wear. So as we start to get into the first hour of the race, we're going to start seeing teams come into the pits to get fresh tires and fresh fuel for the car. The cars don't have enough fuel to finish a 6-hour race without stopping, so they do have to pull into the pits every about an hour or so to refill, and then they can get back out on track and keep driving. Each of the teams also have 2 or 3 drivers, so the teams will have to go through a few driver swaps as they compete in the race throughout the 6 hours. They'll take turns driving the car, trying to just keep that pace as high as possible. And Diller not far behind Joe Albert Racing, just a little over a second. They're still going to be pushing, trying to catch up to Joe Albert Racing. Both of these teams have very similar lap times. So as they get into the race, it's going to be interesting to see how their strategies intertwine and where they end up on track. And again, you see a little bit of shaking from the car in that second to last corner. That's a pretty tricky corner. It's one of the slowest corners on the track, so it requires a lot of patience and a lot of careful brake application. It's easy to get on the brakes a little bit too hard and lock up the wheels and spin the car. So the drivers are having to be very careful in that corner. Again, it's a 6-hour race, so they're trying to balance that pace versus safety and just keeping the car on track. And as we're passing the 15-minute mark in the race, just a couple minutes ago, Shaken Baker is in first at the moment. They're putting in some pretty quick laps, so they're going to be just trying to keep this lead as much as possible, trying to build up as much of a gap to the car behind as possible. It's always important to get off on a good foot in the endurance races, starting on the back foot, it can be hard to recover even with 6 hours. It's important to start strong. And we're starting to get into the meat of this first stint. So again, that first hour, they're going to be pushing pretty hard, trying to just build gaps and find pace and get used to their race setups. And then once they stop, they're going to refill the fuel and tires, get back out on track, and that's when you're going to start seeing everybody kind of settle in and start putting in as consistent of a lap time as they can. And Team Woo is still not far behind Shake and Baker, just a few seconds still, which although it's not too tense, it's still pretty close for a 6-hour race. You'll see the gaps grow and shrink quite a bit over the course of this race as everybody's fuel and tire strategies move around a little bit. Everybody's going to have something slightly different. All of the cars do hold a little bit of different amount of fuel, but they all have a different fuel tank size accordingly. So as these cars start to build out into the 3rd and 4th hour, you're going to start seeing some bigger gaps start to open up, and then towards the 5th and 6th hours, you're going to start to see those converge again, and all those strategies are going to tighten up. Currently, the top 3 are sitting at a pretty comfortable gap, around 3.5 seconds between both of them. All of those teams now are going to be trying to look for as much pace as they can without risking too much. And it looks like those gaps are just growing pretty steadily at the moment. We're down to about 4 seconds between each team. Shake and Baker just put in their fastest lap so far, so they're definitely gaining speed as they go. The teams are going to be trying hard to keep their drivers' morale up, especially if you're a little bit behind and you're trying to catch up. It can be disheartening to see somebody putting in fast laps, so they're just trying to keep morale up and keep that pace up and just keep pushing. And Francisco driving for Team Woo right now, looking very promising. I think both the front 2 teams were not expecting their pace to be quite at this level. So as Team Woo keeps putting out good laps, it's going to be tricky for the other teams to work that into their strategy. I think both those teams, as I was talking to them earlier, were expecting a 1v1 race to a degree, but Francisco is definitely showing them that this is going to be a 3-car race. And it looks like Joe Albert might have had a small mistake through the chicane. Diller is gaining on them very quickly. They just closed up about 2 seconds, it looked like. So they're going to be gaining on Joe Albert here. This might be their chance to start to push them a little bit. After making a mistake, it can be easy to get a little bit phased and not quite put in your fastest laps for the next 2 or 3 laps, especially. It makes you lose your focus a little bit, and it's hard to get back focused and remember what exactly you were doing with your racing line. And as you can see, Diller has closed up that gap substantially, which is going to mean he's also in the draft of the Joe Albert racing car. This simulation does simulate draft, so as Diller approaches them on the straight, they're going to get cleaner air, and they're going to have a much faster run on the straight than them. They're going to close up a little bit of that gap just because of that drafting. And they're around 0.8 of a second away from the car in front, which means the draft isn't going to be super strong. It's really only its strongest when you're around 4 or 5 tenths away from the car in front in the GT3s. And Diller's looking a little bit spicy into the chicane there. Car's hopping around a little bit. But now they're in that 4 to 5 tenths range, so that draft is going to work really well, and you'll see that time cutting down just hundredths of a second. But those hundredths of a second add up over these long straights. Daytona has a lot of these long banked sections, so getting a lot of top speed advantage is really valuable around this track. And as you can see, their gap is now down to just 0.2 of a second, so they're gaining quickly on Joe Albert Racing. And Brad in the Diller car, he's going to be trying to wait and watch for any mistakes that the Joe Albert team is making as they go around these laps as he gets closer and closer, just waiting to see where that car in front might be a little bit slower so he can start to try and figure out where he might want to make a pass happen. In the endurance races, you have to be really close. You have to be very careful with passes and being close to other cars. Because it's a 6-hour race, everything is surprisingly very close. You'd expect it to be a little bit harder, but every little bit counts in these races. Top 3 are still spreading out a little bit, still going up. They're a little bit past 4 seconds now, almost 4.5 seconds, starting to approach 5-second gaps between the top 3. But Diller here is still making the push on Joe Albert Racing. As mentioned before, Diller is going to have to be careful here not to push too hard and use up his tires. If he pushes too hard, uses up those tires, and isn't able to get enough grip out of them to pass when he catches up, then it doesn't do much use. So he has to be careful while he's trying to catch up right now not to push the tires too hard. Again, these are almost an hour-long stint, so he's got a lot of time left to put in on these tires. They're only just about halfway through this first stint, so these tires are going to degrade a lot more before they have to stop on them. If they work the tires too much now, it could make that end of the stint pretty difficult and result in some lost time later on. And it looks like Brad in the Team Diller Bentley is still just kind of hovering around 5 to 6 tenths, occasionally jumping down to 3 tenths, going back up to 8 tenths, just trying to figure out where exactly he's going to try and make a move and where it makes sense to try and pass. And it looks like Diller is starting to get a little bit closer. They're pretty quick in turn 1 compared to Joe Albert Racing, so they're definitely going to start trying to push that car ahead now. And it looks like that was definitely a good corner for Diller and not as good for Joe Albert, so they're going to lose a bit of time there. Diller now just has to hold on to the back of that Corvette as they go through the infield here. It's a tricky section of corners. It's definitely the most complex part of the circuit and makes up the first sector here. So coming through one of the fastest corners on the track down to one of the slowest corners on the track. And Joe Albert tipped their tire off into the grass there a little bit, which is going to kill their speed and a little bit of their stability, which might give Diller a chance on this straight here. And looking a little further back in the field, we have rookie Move, who is still going to be trying to push and still trying the same thing as all the other teams, just trying to keep that balance of pushing the car enough that they can keep a steady pace, but not push the tires too much. They're going to be waiting for this first pit stop to see if there's anything they can do to gain some time on the teams ahead. And again, if they make a small mistake, they can definitely still run into Comp, who's a little bit behind them now, but still definitely within striking distance. It's a long race, so there's a lot of time for mistakes and a lot of time for consistency. So all the teams are going to have to be very careful coming into the 6 hours. We're just past halfway of the first stint here. Shake and Baker still out ahead, putting in very quick times. They have a 1:45.9 as their fastest lap so far, which is a very fast lap. They are definitely pushing, trying to gain as much time as they can while they're out ahead. Hopefully going to try and hold on to that throughout the race. Not too far behind them is Team Woo. Still only about 5 seconds behind them, not far, especially when you consider that it is a 6-hour race, so they have a lot of time to make up just those 5 seconds. So it's still a very close race here, and you can see Team Powered in the background still, coming into the chicane behind them. They've fallen off a little bit more than they were before. It's not as even a gap between first, second, and third, but they're still going to be pushing just as hard trying to keep that pace up. Hopefully their tires haven't gotten too cooked and aren't starting to bleed pace, but we'll see as they get deeper into this stint. Again, we're about halfway through the first stint, so about 30 more minutes left, and we're going to start seeing cars come into the pits for the first time, which is always an exciting part of the race, that first pit stop. Everybody has about an hour of fuel in their car, so everybody tends to pit at about the same time at the start of the race. And Jamie in the Joe Albert car is still just putting in some nice consistent laps. This is where you start to see that consistency really help. Diller is pushing behind and gaining and losing time here and there, but they're still just not quite able to get close enough to start battling with Joe Albert. Joe Albert's just got to focus on running their race, running the line they know works, trying to kind of ignore the car behind them just to keep that focus and not let Diller get too close. Looks like Brad in the Diller car went just a little bit wide there. So he's going to have a slightly slower run onto the straight, which means he's going to definitely drop out of that drafting range. So they're going to have a little bit of pace to work back up in order to get back up to that Joe Albert Racing Corvette. So Jamie's going to be happy having a little bit of weight off his shoulders now. Definitely going to give him some time to try and push and put in some time. But Diller is right back, and with a vengeance. They've just gained about 5/10 in the chicane, so they are definitely pushing, trying to keep on the back of this Joe Albert Racing Corvette driven by Jamie. And Diller's gaining a lot of time on Joe Albert Racing now, just under 2/10 behind them, so they're well within that drafting range. They're going to be gaining a lot of speed on the straights. Now, turn one is a tricky corner to pass in. Joe Albert Racing is definitely doing the right thing, just holding that inside line. It's difficult to hold the car steady around the outside. Here they go into turn one side by side. Diller squeezes them a little bit to the inside. A little bit of contact on the fenders there. But, and Diller goes around Joe Albert, and Diller got into a bit of contact there. Just trying to overlap each other's lines a little bit too much. Like I said, that's a very tricky corner to pass in, especially around the outside there. That's a risk that's always going to happen. It's very easy for the inside car to misjudge their line a little bit, and Even though that may put it on the inside car there, it's also the responsibility of the car passing to pass safely. So that's going to be a disappointing moment for Diller and Brad racing in that car. But those teams are likely going to talk it out and going to keep racing. That does put Diller around 11 seconds behind Joe Albert Racing, so they're going to be pushing pretty hard now, trying to close that gap back up. Moving up to Shaken Baker, who's currently just put the fastest lap time, the 45.4. That's a very fast pace. So that team is really pushing the car very hard now. They've gotten pretty comfortable with that Mercedes over the past couple months, just practicing on their rigs at home and at the track at Asheville on our racing simulators. They're slowly building time on the car behind. The car behind is still doing around a 46.3, so low 46s, low 146s, meaning they're only losing around 6 to 5 tenths a lap if Shaken Baker is putting in their fastest lap. But those fastest laps are hard to achieve, so it's going to be hard for Shaken Baker to keep up that lap time. Currently, first and second are putting in around the same lap times in Sector 1 and Sector 3. It looks like Sector 2 is where a lot of that time is, which may be down to some of the straight line speed out of the Mercedes. I know that team was running their rear wing pretty low, which is going to reduce the drag on the car, which will give them a little bit more speed on the straights, but a little less stability on the corners. So that could be benefiting them now. It's a risky strategy because if you do end up behind anybody, it's going to be difficult to get passes done because you don't have an advantage in the corners. But since they're out ahead, it's only going to be an advantage because it will help them keep that pace and that lap time pretty low and pretty fast. And it looks like Shaken Baker has slowed down a little bit now after that fastest lap. Team Woo is putting in a personal best, so they're still definitely trying to catch up to the back of that Shaken Baker Mercedes. And we're about 40 minutes into the race now. Just want to thank everybody for tuning into the live stream and checking out the track at Asheville's Daytona 6-hour endurance race today. We're excited to have some good racing all day today. And I'll be spectating the stream the whole way, keeping everybody informed and letting you know what's happening as these 6 hours go on. Team Woo is really putting in some pretty solid lap times here, getting a lot of personal best sectors in the first and third sectors, which is going to be good for their race pace, good for their confidence, and confidence really can help your strategy and your pace here. It's important to stay encouraged and keep morale up, because that's going to help you stay focused and stay confident on track. I think Team Powered is on the opposite end of that a little bit. After a little bit of contact with Shaken Baker coming onto the straight, they lost a couple positions. Now they're trying to make that time back up and chase down the two cars ahead. They are losing a little bit of time, but like I said, that's probably due to a little bit of confidence lost and just trying to get a handle on the race again and get back to racing their own race. Like I said, though, it's a 6-hour race, so we've got a lot of time for them to make those seconds back up. And they have 2 more drivers to hop in the car that'll also put in very different paces. And it looks like we're just about 15 minutes away from when we might start seeing cars pull into the pits. Looks like Rookie Move is putting in some good lap times as well. They had their fastest first sector so far on the last lap. They are starting to close that time down on Diller ahead. Again, Diller and Joe Albert had a little bit of contact earlier, so Rookie Move is trying to make the most of that, get as close to the Diller team as possible. If they can get close enough, they can ride that draft for a bit and pick up a little bit of extra pace. And yeah, it looks like Rookie Move is slowly gaining time on Diller ahead, just under 3 seconds now. So that's going to be encouraging for them, trying to push and gaining some time there. And yeah, it looks like Rookie Move is still gaining a lot of time on the Diller car ahead. And that's going to be Brad in the Diller car, and in the Rookie Move car is going to be David. David is driving very well right now, closing down that gap down to just about 2.5 seconds. Looks like his run onto the straight here wasn't quite as good, so that's going to bring it back up to about 3 seconds, but still within that striking range and getting closer. We're just past 5 hours and 15 minutes, which means we have about 15 minutes remaining in this stint. We might see a couple teams pit a little bit early, maybe a little bit late. We'll see if anybody has any alternate strategies up their sleeves. As this stint comes to an end, probably in the next 10 minutes or so, we'll probably see someone come into the pits, refresh their fuel and tires maybe a bit early, and try and undercut the other teams. An undercut is a valuable strategy around Daytona. If you're able to pit before your opponent, the person you're trying to pass after your pit stop, if you can pit before them, then when they pit ahead of you after, they're going to have to be coming out of the pit lane at pit lane speed limits. So that gives you an inherent advantage coming around that corner at normal pace because you're already on track. You've already done your stop. So if the team ahead of you has to stop after you, then that's going to be a very important stint for them to end on a high note. If the team does stop ahead of you, or rather behind you, then you do have to start to push a little bit that lap and try and make up that little bit of time you might lose with the undercut, which can also be a bit risky and kind of puts some teams in a tricky situation. Rookie Move is still hanging out around that 2.5 to 3 second range, so still just holding on to the back of Team Diller. They're going to be trying to keep up their pace, but the tires are going to be pretty worn now, so it's going to be hard to keep that up. And it looks like Rookie Move had a little bit of a wiggle there. So as I said, those tires are going to start wearing down as we get into the last few minutes. And that's going to have drivers wanting to stop soon and swap those tires out for some fresh rubber. And once they get those fresh tires on, we're going to see some fast laps coming out of these drivers. The track has rubbered in a little bit now. Drivers have been driving on it for an hour. So as those tires wear down, that rubber actually gets laid down on the track. The simulator simulates that and adds a little bit of extra grip to those racing lines because of that extra rubber on the track, because that rubber is going to be a better gripping surface for the tires than the asphalt is. And as the stint is coming to an end here, and the tires are getting harder and harder to drive on, this chicane here is going to be an important corner to get right. It's going to be easy to miss this one a little bit, and since you're at such a high speed, if you do shake the car a little bit too much one way or the other, it can definitely rotate a little bit more than you want and spin on you, so it's very important to be careful through that chicane in these last few laps of the first stint. And Rookie Move is still following that trend, gaining some time now. They've gained about a second since we were last watching them. So they're moving up on the Diller car ahead, just down to about 1 second now. So they're putting the pressure on Diller. I'm sure Diller is planning to come into the pits pretty soon here. Their tires must be suffering a little bit. Diller was showing a lot more qualifying pace in the qualifying and practice sessions leading up to the race, but in the race are struggling to put down a similar pace on the hard tires with a full tank of fuel. The cars are going to be getting down to low fuel now, so they are going to be a little bit faster, but those tires are worn out, so they're a little bit harder to drive. It's going to be tempting for a lot of drivers to start trying to push the cars harder and harder, trying to gain more time. as the fuel load lightens up and the car lightens up, you have a little bit more speed available. But again, those tires are not in their best condition. After an hour, they're ready to be swapped out for some green rubber. So you're going to have to be very careful watching these guys, especially going through the chicane here. The balance of the car can start to shift as the fuel is used up. The gas tank has to be at the front or the back of the car, so the car's in the back. As that fuel wears out, it's going to get a little bit lighter, and the tail is going to get a little bit looser and want to rotate a little bit more. So you're going to have to be very careful in these last few minutes of the stint. And rookie move has a little bit of a mistake on the way into the first turn. Looks like they got on their brakes a little bit late and went a little bit wide, having a little bit of trouble getting back on power after turn 1, so they've lost a little bit of that time, but they're still just about a second and a half behind, so they're still going to be trying to close up that gap on Diller. Again, they could try undercutting Diller as well and potentially come back out on track after the first pit stops have been completed by all the teams ahead of the Diller team in front of them, which can be nice because you don't have to battle them on track if you can pass them through pit stop strategy, but stopping early could make you susceptible towards the end of the stint. If Diller still has good pace and is able to hold on to the back of your car, their tires aren't going to be as fresh towards the end of the stint as the Diller team would after an undercut strategy. And just ahead of them on track is the Diller Bentley Continental GT3 car. Bit of a fan favorite car at the track at Asheville. Everybody loves our beloved Bentley race car. As you can see, rookie move is just in the background there, really starting to close up the gap within a second now, so they're going to be within that draft range again. Rookie move is really pushing that BMW M4 to its limits, trying to make up as much time as they can on these worn tires. It's going to be tricky for them, but you can tell they're trying hard. They're starting to wiggle a little bit in all the corners, and they are just right behind the car. You can start filling up the mirrors of the Bentley on the Diller team there up ahead. Starting to see a bit of chatter around the room. Teams are starting to get ready for their first pit stops and preparing for the pit entry, which can be a little bit tricky around Daytona. Again, all the drivers have to follow a pit lane speed limit when they come in for their pit stops, so you have to be very careful on the way in. If you go a little bit too fast, you will get a penalty, which will cost you a lot of time long term in the race. So you have to be very careful with your pit stops and your pit entries. It's tricky balance to find because you can gain a lot of time if you hit all your marks for your pit stop just right, but trying to run the car right up to those marks can be difficult. There's not a lot of areas of reference on the way into the pits to find a good braking point, so a lot of the drivers are kind of guessing when is the right time to start slowing down for that pit lane speed limit. Rookie Move still struggling to do anything with that gap closing up. It looks like Diller's gone a little bit wide, though, and that's going to give him an opportunity. So Rookie Move, again, closing up that gap, coming on to the biggest straight. Shaken Baker has now pulled into the pits. So we're going to see Woo and Team Powered passing them while they're in the pits. And Team Powered has now passed Shaken Baker in the pits. We'll have to see now if Diller or Rookie Move are going to come into the pits and swap out some fresh tires and fuel this lap or wait a couple laps. Again, all the teams have about the same amount of fuel per stint, so it's going to be difficult to make a big leap. So everybody should be pitting in the next couple of laps. And it looks like Rookie Move has also pulled into the pits. Shaken Baker is going to be pulling out of the pits soon, I imagine.
Shaken Baker has completed.
And Shaken Baker is on the move again, coming out of the pits in 5th position. So now their goal is going to be to try and go as fast as possible, especially for the start of this stint, and then they'll be able to ease their pace off a little bit towards the end of the stint. But for the beginning of this stint, they're going to be trying to take advantage of this undercut and try and gain some time on the car ahead while they're in the pit stop. And it looks like Team Powered has now pulled into the pits, so we're going to be keeping an eye on this. And Joe Albert Racing is also going to come into the pits now.
Rookie Move has completed.
Shaken Baker now has the job of trying to push the car a little bit on cold, fresh tires. They're going to be trying to push on this lap and the next lap, trying to make sure that they can get out ahead of everybody after the pits. Looks like they've been having a pretty clean lap, and everybody was a little bit behind them, around 10 to 20 seconds behind. So it's going to be probably a pretty solid choice to undercut here, gain a little bit of extra time. And here comes Shaken Baker past the pits, again just solidifying that first place position in the race so far.
Team Powered has completed.
Team Woo has come out actually ahead of Shaken Baker. They haven't pitted yet though, so when Woo comes in, they're going to have to try and pull off as clean of a pit stop as they can, try and gain as much time as possible on the Shaken Baker car ahead. It'll be interesting to see where they come out after their pit stop.
DILR has completed.
couple teams have also opted to use their driver swap. Looks like most teams have, so they're going to have taken a slightly longer pit stop than they usually would, just to swap drivers. You have to do 4 driver swaps before the end of the race. Each driver swap adds 30 seconds to your pit stop. So you have to try and add that into your strategy a little bit, adds a little bit of variation throughout the race. So teams that might not do a driver swap at some points and save it for later might look like they're ahead for a little while, and then towards the end of the race, all of that's going to come to a close, and you'll see where all those gaps actually shake out. You're going to see Team Woo pulling into the pits now. They're in first place, just ahead of Shake and Baker, but Shake and Baker is already coming by to claim that back. They're going to have to push really hard this lap to try and gain that time back. Team Woo has opted for a driver swap, which means their pit stops are usually going to be around 1 minute and 20 seconds, so it looks like they are going to come out behind Shake and Baker, but hopefully just behind. They're going to be swapping over to Justin from Francisco now. Now, because Shake and Baker pitted just a lap or so early, they are probably going to have to come in earlier than everybody else now for the rest of the race. So that's going to kind of set their strategy in motion now, which should let Team Powered and Team Woo start to work on how to find a gap in that strategy and how to find some time on them later on in the race. We've completed our first stint for every team, so as Team Woo comes out of the pits now, that's going to complete the first stint for all the drivers. They're going to be coming out of the pit with Shake and Baker coming around turn 1 now as Team Woo comes out of the pits. Shake and Baker coming around turn 1, but again, Team Woo is on that pit lane, so they have to stay below that pit lane speed limit until they get to those green markers on the exit. So right about now, they're going to be turning off that pit lane speed limiter, trying to keep as close to Shake and Baker ahead as possible after their pit stop. Looks like they did pretty well with their pit stop. They're about the same distance behind that they were when they went into the pits, so that's got to be encouraging for them. And Team Powered as well is about the same distance to Shake and Baker that they were before, so they're going to be happy that they're still maintaining that pace. They've swapped drivers now, so each of the drivers are going to be trying their best to get familiar with the car, familiar with the track, now that a little bit of rubber has been put down and the track has heated up a little bit. Team Woo looks like they had a bit of a slow lap on their way out, so a little bit of struggling there to keep that pace with their fresh driver just in the car, but he's going to be right up to speed soon. And then Team Powered behind is also starting to gain some time, starting to close that gap between themselves, Team Woo and Shake and Baker. They have Nathan in the car now, which is a employee of the track at Asheville, a very fast driver. So they're going to be looking forward to seeing what kind of pace he can set now. trying to chase down Cameron, who has swapped into the Shake and Baker car, and Justin in the Team Woo car. And Team Powered last lap just set their fastest lap of the session so far, so Nathan is putting in some good times now. And Team Powered is putting in some very solid laps right now. Currently fastest Sector 1. Put in a 43.4 second Sector 1, which is quite a bit faster than what we've seen so far in the race. That does match up with Nathan's Practice times, his fastest Sector 1 in practice was about a 43.5 on the race setup. His qualifying first sector was around a 43 seconds flat. So he is going pretty quick now, trying to build up some time on Team Woo and trying to get closer to that first place position. And Team Powered is now putting in some very consistent fast laps, closing up that gap on Shake and Baker, down to about 8.5 seconds now. Really pushing the car, trying to push these tires while they're fresh and try and gain as much time as possible. Looks like Team Powered is still steadily gaining time on Woo and Shake and Baker. Just cutting down tenths of a second here and there. I'm getting word that they switched over to the medium tire. So a little bit of a risky move, cutting down your tire life by switching to the medium tire, which is going to be a little bit stickier and a little bit faster rubber on the car, but it's going to wear down quite a bit faster as well. So as they get to the later parts of the stint, this car might get tricky for Nathan to drive. He's managed it pretty well for the first 15 minutes though, cutting down the gap ahead down to 6.5 seconds now. Really pushing that car, getting comfortable now. So he's going to be pushing that car to its limit, trying to catch up to Team Woo and hopefully eventually pass them as well. looks like Team Woo is coming up on some lap traffic now. So as the teams are competing, the faster cars are going to start lapping the slower cars ahead. So they have to be careful racing here, as the cars on track close to each other aren't actually racing each other for position. So they have to be very careful racing here. It's a bit of a tough game trying to make sure that the car in front knows that you're coming by and when you're gonna come through. And it looks like that was a pretty clean, looks like Compt definitely went ahead and lifted for them coming into turn 1 just to make sure everything went safely and clean. And it looks like Shake and Baker's about to come up on some lap traffic as well. Unfortunately for Shake and Baker, it's not as comfortable of a spot unless they can get the pass done before this corner here, which is looking pretty unlikely. So if they get a good run out of here, it could create kind of an awkward moment where they're going to try and pass in the chicane. Hopefully Rookie Move will mostly let them by if that's the case. But again, that team in 6th, Rookie Move, they don't have to let them by. They just aren't allowed to race them. That's the blue flag rules. So if you're the car behind, you do have a blue flag now, so he's going to be expected to not race him. He doesn't have to let him by, but he is not supposed to race him if Shake and Baker does get a move done, as Rookie Move is still racing. They're still in this race, racing their own race, regardless of Shake and Baker being close behind. So like I said, these blue flag situations can be a little bit tricky. It looks like Shake and Baker went ahead and waded through the chicane and is going to go ahead and try and make a pass here into turn 1. See if Rookie Move backs off a little bit to let them by. And yeah, they're just going to let off the throttle a little bit, let Shake and Baker by, try and slot in behind them. As a car being lapped, you can also try and stay as close behind this first place as you can and use some of that draft, get a little bit of extra pace if you are being passed. And Team Powered still steadily cutting down that time behind Team Woo. They're now down to 4 seconds. Last time we were on them, they were around 8.5 seconds. So they're really starting to pick up some pace now. Those medium tires are coming to life, and down to 4.5 seconds. So they are rapidly gaining on the car ahead. And you can see Team Woo just ahead of them on track now. Team Powered now under 4 seconds to Team Woo ahead. So it's looking, this stint is looking very good for Nathan. He's going to be pushing as hard as he can to catch the car ahead. That Bentley seems to be fast on the straights, so he's gaining some time as he gets especially towards the end of the straights. It's got quite a bit of power. It's a bit of a heavier car, but it's got the power to make up for it on the straight line sections of the track where you're just flat on the throttle, gaining speed as quickly as possible. That power is going to come into play and help them a little bit. Team Woo just ahead now going into turn 1. They're going to be trying their best to put in some lap times now, trying to keep that lead ahead of Team Powered for as long as possible. It does look like they're gaining pretty quickly though, so it's feeling a little inevitable at this point. But like I said, Woo is going to keep hanging on, trying to put in as fast of a lap time as they can while staying consistent and try and keep this lead going. As these two teams start to fight it out though, Shake and Baker's going to have a chance to really try and push the car a bit while these two slow each other down a little bit. When these cars are racing, they do have to go side by side, and when you're not taking your ideal line, you're going to lose some time in that racing part of the race. So you have to be careful how much you race as well, as opposed to just following, keeping your lap times consistent. If you race too much, these two teams are going to lose a lot of time to Shake and Baker, and that time's going to be hard to make back up. And Team Powered now under just 3 seconds to the car ahead. So, like I said, gaining very quickly on the Team Woo car just behind them. And if they keep going at this pace, they're going to be right on their tail in the next couple laps. And as you can see, even just the pressure from Team Powered behind is starting to weigh down on Team Woo. They're starting to lose a lot of time to the Shake and Baker car ahead, almost down to 20 seconds to the car ahead, which is going to be difficult for those two teams to make back up as they go. Potentially Nathan Roberts might be able to keep pushing the car at this pace, and if that's the case, he will be able to make up some time as they're lapping a little bit faster than Shake and Baker still. Those medium tires seem to be working pretty well for Nathan, though. He's closing down, it looks like about almost a second per lap on the car ahead, so he's really gained some pace and is pushing very hard now on those medium tires. Hopefully he'll still have some life in them towards the end of the stint as well. And Team Powered now underneath a second to the car ahead, actually closing speed very quickly, gaining a lot of time per corner. So they just gained about half a second in that corner alone. They're going to be pushing now very hard, trying to get past Team Woo, trying to make it an efficient pass so they don't lose too much time on the car ahead. Still about 20 seconds to the Shake and Baker car in front. Late on the brakes from Team Powered. He's very close to the back of that Team Woo car. So he's going to have to be very careful on these medium tires. But he is on those medium tires, so his car is going to be quite a bit faster than the Team Woo car, which I think is on the hard tire. And coming into this lap, this could get spicy. Gives Woo a little bit of a tap there on the way into the corner. Team Woo must have gotten on the brakes a little bit earlier than they were expecting, so a little bit of contact there from Team Powered. They're going to bump Team Woo a little bit. Not ideal, but looks like he is going to secure the position for now. As you can see, Team Powered has a lot of pace here already, building a second and a half on the team behind. So now they're going to be off and running, trying to close down that gap to Shake and Baker. who is currently not lapping quite as fast as them, but they're going to be pushing each other to lap faster and faster over the next couple laps. And Shake and Baker did just put in a pretty good Sector 1 time. Their Sector 2 is pretty good as well, so they will be answering to the speed of Team Powered a little bit here, trying to just keep that pace up. Looking a little further back in the field, we have Joe Albert Racing holding on to the position ahead of Diller after the pit stops in the first stint of the race. So they're going to be happy with that. They are quite a ways off of the top three, but they're still very much in their own race with Diller, trying to compete with them in pit stop strategy. And Joe Albert gets around Comp Racing there. Had to be careful. Again, those blue flag situations can be tricky. Trying to communicate without an actual direct line of communication between the two drivers can be tricky. And around 15 seconds behind them is Team Diller, just putting in laps now. Again, focusing on that consistency. Now they're about halfway through their second stint. We're at 4 hours and 30 minutes left in the race, so we're pretty well in the thick of it. These teams are going to be trying hard now to run their strategy as they planned. It's easy to get mixed up where you are in the strategy, so it's important to have somebody focused on strategy for your team, planning out your tire and fuel stops for you, as well as your driver swaps. Diller's last lap is looking quite a bit faster than Joe Albert Racing's team at the moment, so they're going to be trying to push until they can catch that Joe Albert car. It is 15 seconds ahead, which is a bit of a gap, but as they close that down, that should get a little bit easier for them. Hopefully they can get into that draft, start to pull on that car on the straights. For this 6-hour race, we are also on a 4 times time scale. So we are going to be seeing a full day-night cycle throughout this 6-hour race as if it was a 24-hour race, just to try and simulate that 24 hours of Daytona. It's an exciting race that happens every year. Everybody loves watching the cars driving through the night, so we try to simulate that here. with our increased time scale. So as you see, the sun's going to be setting little by little as we go, and eventually it will get dark. The headlights will come on, and we'll be racing in the dark for about half the race. Rookie Move is struggling to keep up with Diller now. They were having a little bit of racing earlier, but the pit stops and their pace seem to have separated them a little bit for this stint. Still 25 or so minutes remaining in this stint, so we still have a little bit of time before we start seeing pit stops. And looking back at the front of the field, we still have Shake and Baker out ahead. They're about 20 seconds ahead of Team Powered, so they have a good gap to the car behind. So they're going to be pretty comfortable with their lapping. Just trying to keep it on the track and keep those lap times as low as possible. Them and Team Powered are switching off on fastest laps here and there. They're doing around a mid 41-45, so not the fastest laps they've done all day, but they're right there trying to set their fastest time still. Team Powered is going to be doing everything they can to keep the life in those medium tires as well, try and catch up to the team ahead. And Shake and Baker coming up again on some lapped traffic. Going to have to be careful coming around here. It's a couple tricky corners to pass on coming up, so hopefully this goes through cleanly. And it looks like Comp left them some room on the inside, and Shake and Baker definitely took advantage. Ooh, and a little spin from Comp. That's going to set them off to the side of the track. Not too bad, luckily. They didn't completely lose it in the grass, so they'll be able to still pull the car back out onto track without losing too much time. Shake and Baker is doing a good job of keeping their pace up around the track on the, I presume, hard tires. They may have also switched to mediums, though, because they are definitely keeping pace with Team Powered. Team Powered is struggling to build much time on their pace. They're setting about the same lap time every single lap. Occasionally, Shake and Baker will gain a couple tenths. Occasionally, Team Powered will gain a couple tenths. But for the most part, staying around that 22-second gap. those teams are going to have to start trying to find holes in each other's strategies and ways to gain some time off of the track, because these drivers are all very closely matched and are having trouble finding any pace difference on the circuit. Starting to get closer to the end of this stint. As we get closer to the end of the second stint here, we're going to start seeing a lot more change in strategy. We're going to have some drivers staying in the car and not swapping out. I think almost every team did a driver swap for their first stop, so that kind of kept things fairly even. But once we have some stops without some driver swaps and with some driver swaps, each team kind of picking a different option, then we'll start to see these strategies mix up a bit. We may see some teams gain positions that they don't actually have quite yet because another team has completed a driver stop that they haven't completed. We'll have to see that play out in about 20 minutes time. And I was away from the microphone for a second there, but I'm back. Had a fastest lap time from Shake and Baker put down, so they seem to be pretty comfortable on their tires at the moment. Still just maintaining that lead. Their fastest lap wasn't set by too much, so not that much faster of a lap, just maintaining that same pace, trying to keep ahead of Team Powered, keep building that gap that they have now. Looking at Team Woo now, they're still slowly losing time behind Team Powered, just trying to hang on to the back of that car, trying to stay as close as possible until their next pit stop, which should be coming up pretty soon here. As you can see, the sun's getting pretty low, so we're going to start seeing some darkness on track. Daytona does have the lights around the oval, but on the infield it can still get a little bit dark. And checking in on Team Powered, they are losing a little bit of pace now. It seems like those medium tires are starting to wear out finally, so they're going to have trouble keeping that same pace they were keeping throughout the stint so far. little bit further back in the field, we have Team Diller. They're slowly gaining time on Joe Albert ahead of them, just a couple seconds from the last time we checked in on them. So they are closing down the gap a little bit. Their times are a little bit faster every lap. So we're going to see them start inching closer and closer to Joe Albert Racing as this stint goes on. And again, we're coming down to the last 10 minutes in this second stint. So we should see a lot of teams getting ready for pit stops very soon. We'll be expecting to see Shake and Baker pull into the pits first, as they are one of the first teams to pit earlier in the race for the first stint. So again, expecting to see them pit soon. The stints on these tires and fuel should be about an hour. The cars are fuel limited, so the tires could technically go longer, but the car does run out of fuel. So while you're in that pit box, it does make sense usually to change out your tires while you're there and get that extra pace. And it looks like the sun's finally going down almost all the way now. The lights have come on around the oval and on the cars. And Team Powered still hanging on, just still around 24 seconds, haven't lost a lot of time, but they have been losing a couple seconds throughout the course of this stint, trying to hold on to the car ahead. Shake and Baker seems to be putting in a lot of good pace right now, so it's difficult for these teams to keep pushing ahead, trying to get closer and closer to the car ahead. Team Powered losing some time still. As it gets closer to nighttime as well, the track is going to start to cool down a little bit, so these tires are going to have a little less grip than before, which will change the balance of the car a little bit, making it a little bit different for any of the drivers that have driven already. If they're hopping back in the car after having completed a stint in the daytime and then driving again at night, that's going to be a weird switch to have to make, which can be a little bit tricky for some of the drivers. It requires a lot of mental power to still try and go as fast as you can, but just a little bit slower. That little bit is a hard amount of detail to pull out of your lap time. And for anyone wondering, we do have some guests on the paint job on the side of the team-powered car. We have a few of the animals from the drivers there peeking their heads out the windows. That was a custom livery they requested, and it was a very fun livery to make for them. It's been nice seeing, as Ryan said, Fitz at speed going around Daytona for the first 2 hours. Got about 5 minutes left in this stint. Should be seeing somebody come into the pits soon. Everybody's kind of going to be waiting to see who jumps on it first. It looks like we've had a bit of an incident in the chicane, which Shaken Baker is coming up to now. So we're going to watch Shaken Baker come through this chicane. Hopefully that's all cleared by the time he goes through. It looks like it is. He also just passed Joe Albert Racing as a bit of lapped traffic. And again, that's Cameron Albea driving for the Shaken Baker car now. A ex-employee of the track at Asheville. Still a good friend of everyone here, though. He's been racing in real life for a while and sim racing as well, so always happy to have him on grid with us for these races. And Cameron's actually paired up with Joe Baker, is their other driver on the team-powered team. Joe Baker and Cameron have been racing together for a while now. Joe Baker has started driving in real life fairly recently, just a few years ago, but has quickly taken it up and is enjoying himself a lot, exploring that side of racing. And Shaken Baker coming up on another blue flagged car now. So as it gets closer to night, the track conditions are going to be a little bit harder for everybody. So again, stuff like this blue flag pass is going to be a little more dangerous. Again, nice and clean. Everybody's driving very well. So that was an exemplary blue flag pass. Team Powered seems to be doing a little bit better on their tires now that the track is cooling down a bit. They've cut their time back down to about 22 seconds. They were sitting at about 24. Still not quite as fast as they were earlier on the fresh mediums, but looking a little better than they were not too long ago. But looks like that delta is fluctuating quite a bit, so we'll see if that's a consistent time gain or not in the next couple minutes. As I said, Shaken Baker should be pulling into the pits here any second now. They did pit a little bit early on their first pit stop, so coming into the second stint, they are going to naturally have to stop a little bit earlier than everybody else if they're still running their normal full tank runs. If anybody has chosen to run a shorter stint of fuel, then they might have an opportunity to pit before everybody else as well. And it looks like it's getting pretty dark out on track now. The sun is almost completely set. There's not a lot of natural light anymore, mostly just those big field lights from the Daytona oval shining into the road course as much as possible. But sections of the infield do get pretty dark out here that are a little bit further away from the oval. Those sections are going to be a little bit colder than everywhere else as well. So it'll take some time for the drivers to get adjusted to Sector 1, especially as the track starts to cool down and grip starts to lower as they go. And once again, just like the first stint, we're starting to see some bustling around in the second stint, so I think some teams are going to start coming in for their pit stops now. And like we said, Shaken Baker has now pulled into the pits first and is going to try and undercut once again. Team Powered this time pulls in right behind them, which is interesting because they started the stint with an extra lap ahead of them. So there they are, side by side, waiting in the pits. Luckily, Shaken Baker will go ahead, so Team Powered won't have to wait for them to move in order to get their car back out on track. In the meantime, Team Woo has grabbed that first place position until they have to make their own pit stop, likely in the next couple laps. As we get down to 4 hours remaining, so we've gone through the first 2 hours of the race so far. Shake and Baker has kept a steady lead, putting in some very fast laps, putting in some very steady laps, just keeping that gap built up. Team Woo has been trying to keep their position in between the two cars. Team Powered, however, put on some medium tires, found some pace, and started to gain a lot of time on Team Woo at the start of this stint. Paid off, and they passed them. Now Team Woo is trying to make that time back up while everybody is in the pits, trying to go as fast as they can. They're going to come into the pit stop in the next couple laps. We'll have to see if they do a driver swap. It looks like Team Powered has opted to not do a driver swap, but Shake and Baker has done a driver swap, swapping out Cameron. Joe is back in the car, so we're going to have to see where that puts everybody on track after these pit stops. That does mean Shake and Baker is going to be behind Team Powered on track, most likely, for the next couple laps.
Completed.
And here they come out of the pit lane now. And Shake and Baker is actually ahead on track. So it looks like the gap that they had was not enough for Team Powered to make up just with the driver swap change. So that means Team Powered will be close behind and ready to race them. So if Team Powered can catch them in this stint, there will be a little bit of on-track racing between these two teams, which could get a little bit spicy. And Team Powered coming out of the pits now. So from the looks of it, it looks like Team Powered might have served a driver swap time penalty, but did not actually swap their drivers, opted to keep Nathan in, which is an option. The drivers can choose to serve that extra 30 seconds without actually swapping the driver. So looks like Team Powered may have opted to do that. And again, that means Nathan is going to be in the car again for another stint. His last stint had a strong start. They're about 20 seconds behind Shake and Baker, so they did gain a little bit in that pit stop. They're going to have to keep pushing, though. Shake and Baker is also just 3 seconds behind Diller, a team that's been at quite a bit slower pace than them throughout the race. So unless Diller pits soon, that could actually be a little bit of traffic for Shake and Baker to work through. And it looks like Diller has actually just pitted, so that's going to be good news for Team Powered. They're going to have a chance to work through that. Team Powered is moving up on some lapped traffic now. They're going to try and get this done as cleanly as possible, try and lose as little time to the car head as possible. Team Woo still putting in laps. They haven't had to pit yet, which is surprising. That BMW M6 must be pretty efficient on fuel if they're able to go that long without pitting. So Diller in the pits now, along with Joe Albert racing just next to them. Going to see who comes out of the pits here first. And now that it's nighttime, you're going to start seeing the flames from the exhaust of the cars and the sparks on the ground as that carbon fiber bodywork starts to scrape on the ground, letting out those sparks. Bit of a light show for everybody at night around Daytona.
DILR has completed.
And it looks like Joe Albert Racing has finished their pit stop. They've come out of the pit lane now and are back on track, completing the infield, then getting back out onto the oval and continuing their third stint. Diller is also coming out of the pits now, just behind them. They have lost a little bit of time in those pits, something they're going to have to try and make back up. Have to check and see if Diller went through a driver swap there. They gained, it looks like, a little bit of time. And as you can see, Team Powered coming up on Team Diller now. That's not going to be great for them. They're going to want to get past that team pretty quickly, hopefully without losing much time. So we'll see if the two Bentleys can get along on track coming up here. Again, this is one of the trickier areas to pass a blue flagged car. And it looks like Diller is going to back out a little bit for Team Powered. Very nice of them to let them by. And Team Woo still in the pits, waiting for that pit timer to run out as Shaken Baker comes around the final corner down to the start-finish straight. So we're going to see how far behind they are based on when they come out of this pit box here. Should be any second now. And there goes Shaken Baker past the start-finish once again into turn one. So that's going to leave quite a big gap to Woo. Still haven't started rolling yet. Team Powered now coming around. Same thing. And it looks like Team Woo is back on the move. They have a pretty healthy gap to Joe Albert Racing behind, so they don't have any pressure from behind. But they are going to come out a little bit ways behind Team Powered, which is going to be a hard gap to close up. So you can see them coming out of the pits there. You have Justin is the left face on that livery there, and Francisco the right next to the 23. Wave hi to our two drivers on Team Woo. And it looks like the strategies for the top three teams have leveled out a little bit again, so we're looking at similar gaps between the top three once again. A little bit of contact between Team Woo and Team Compt, just in that blue flag pass, so that's going to be that difficulty of drivers communicating without having a direct line of communication gets tricky, especially around Daytona. Some of these corners are hard enough with one car. You add another car into the situation, it makes it a very difficult corner. And unfortunately, it looks like a big spin from Team Woo. They're going to be not too happy with that. It's going to wear down their tires a bit. They now have to pass that blue flag traffic again, which is going to put them back a little bit further even. So that's going to be a tough blow for the team. They're going to have to try and come back from that a little bit. Those tires wearing down is going to be tricky to come back from later on in the stint especially. And there we see another little incident there. Again, it's just that blue flag communication can be tricky. Very unfortunate for Team Wu. It's going to add quite a bit of time to make back up, unfortunately. Hopefully they don't get too discouraged and can keep up their pace and stick to their strategy. And checking back in on Team Powered, Nathan has set his fastest middle sector. So again, starting to find some speed out of the car. Nathan does have a lot of one-lap pace potential. So if he can string a few laps together and start cutting down that time on Shake and Baker, hopefully that'll let them start to inch towards them little by little, get a little bit closer to them, and eventually in striking distance. You can see Shake and Baker actually on the oval right behind him in that camera shot. One of the best parts about Daytona for anybody who's been in real life is you can see almost the whole track from the grandstands, which is pretty great. It's nice to be able to watch an entire race. It's hard to actually tell what's going on when you're watching real racing in real life, since you only can see one part of the track. But Daytona Road Course, since it's all kind of within this oval that you're supposed to see the entire oval for the NASCAR races, it ends up making it so you can see the entire track for the sports cars as well. And Team Compt is coming into the pits now. They're going to stop and refill their tires and fuel. Again, the later you can stop, the fresher tires you have going into the later sections of the race. So as the other teams start to lose pace from their tires wearing out, you'll still have a little bit left, and you can try and make up some time then. But you will lose a little bit at that stint before when you're waiting to pit a little bit later. It's all give and take with the strategy. So as you gain a little bit of pace somewhere, you're probably going to lose a little bit of pace later on. It's all about maximizing when and where you gain that pace. I'm hearing from the crowd, Team Wu is dealing with some flat spotted tires. So when you spin on these tires, it does add sections of flat spot where that rubber was grinding against the ground, going the wrong way, not rotating with the wheel as it's designed to do. So as those flat spots start to appear in the rubber, it makes your braking harder to get consistently. When your tire rolls around to that flat spot, it adds an inconsistency to the shape of the tire. So every time you bump over that, it kind of rattles the car a little bit. It can make braking really hard, a little bit difficult, especially if it's on the rear tires, because those rear tires are going to want to rotate around on the corner entry, and as well when you're getting on throttle back on the way out of the corner. So again, Francisco dealing with some flat spots there. Hopefully not too bad for him, so he can keep trying to put some pace down, keep ahead of Joe Albert Racing. He has a pretty healthy lead ahead of them, but I'm sure they're going to want to keep trying to stay on the back of Team Powered and keep hunting them down a little bit. Joe Albert Racing had a bit of a slow lap on their last lap, a couple seconds behind Diller's last lap time. But they still seem to be maintaining the lead ahead of them pretty well, about 33 seconds to the car behind. So they have a pretty comfortable lead. But as you'll see towards the end of the race, these gaps in the drivers can close up very quickly from pit stops and different strategies starting to converge. If some of the teams are running lighter fuel loads or heavier fuel loads, or simply waiting on their driver swaps. As that happens and as that takes part, you'll see those gaps change around a lot throughout the rest of the race. We're about a quarter of the way into this third stint. All the teams still just working away at that pace, trying to keep consistent, trying to put in as fast a time as they can. Joe Albert coming up on comp racing. I've seen a slight blue flag incident a little while ago. Hopefully this one's a little bit cleaner. And Joe Albert is thinking about sticking it around the outside. A little bit of confusion there, though. Comp thought that maybe Joe Albert was going to go for the inside, it looked like, and tried to move out of the way. Unfortunately, that caused a little bit of a mistake. Saw Joe Albert bump the wall there. We do run with damage off, so it won't damage the car itself, but the tires will take a little bit of damage from hitting the wall there. And you can see Shaken Baker just in the background there, coming up on Joe Albert, getting ready to pass him with a blue flag. So hopefully that'll be a clean pass. Shaken Baker's going to try and lose as little time as possible because Team Powered is starting to gain a little bit of time per lap. Their fastest laps have been a little bit faster every single lap than Shaken Baker. So they're starting to whittle away at those 20 seconds that they were behind, down to about 17 seconds now. Going and looking a little bit further back in the field, we have rookie move now. They have Jeff Frisbee in the car driving now. So they are going to be seeing what kind of times Jeff Frisbee can put down. Hopefully start to cut away on that time ahead to Diller. Diller is a pretty high-performing team, so it's going to be tricky for them to close that gap down. But if they can, it'll be quite an impressive feat. And looking back ahead to Shaken Baker, it looks like they got by Joe Albert Racing just fine. Haven't lost much time. Team Powered still just whittling away, taking a tenth or two per lap. Just putting in those consistent lap times, trying to cut down on that time. I think Nathan was looking forward to this stint. He has medium tires at night, which is supposed to be pretty ideal for their car. So they're going to be looking forward to using up that tire and really trying to gain some time in this crucial stint in the race. These stints are very important, these middle ones, the third and fourth stint especially, as those are kind of the meat and potatoes of the endurance race, where if you're not focused on those, it's easy to lose track of where you are in the race and start to lose a bit of time and lose track of your strategy coming into the final hours of the race. We have about 40 minutes until we're halfway through. So this is going to be where the teams start to spread out a little bit. It's hard to see where everybody's strategy is. And then coming into the last hour or so, we'll see some close racing, hopefully. Once again, I left the microphone for a second and missed the fastest lap. Looks like Team Powered went ahead and put down a 45.3, which is quite a fast time for this third sector, pretty deep into this stint here. Putting down a 45.3. It's going to beat Shaken Baker's fastest time by about 1/10 of a second. So they look like they're feeling pretty confident in the car right now. They're really closing down that gap now. It looks like Shaken Baker might be getting stuck up behind some of the traffic ahead. As we saw with a couple other teams earlier, that can be a pretty dangerous position to be in, especially when you have your competitor breathing down your neck, getting closer and closer. You're going to want to start pushing, trying to get around that. So we're going to go ahead and check out Shaken Baker now and see how they're getting along with the lapped traffic. Now, if Nathan is on those medium tires, it's going to be interesting to see if Shaken Baker is switched back to the hard tire. That could determine how this is going to go if Team Powered is able to catch up to Shaken Baker here. They're gaining pretty rapidly, so it looks like they're going to have an absolute chance at trying to pass them on track here in just a little bit. Looks like Shaken Baker must have had a bit of an incident in the last lap. They had a 1:57.6 lap time, so they lost quite a bit in that last lap, probably. Unfortunately, didn't catch it on the cameras, probably had a bit of a spin and flat spotted the tires like you heard with Francisco earlier, so they're going to have to be working towards that again. And Shaken Baker's going to be trying to get around Rookie Move right now. It looks like Rookie Move, they know their rules. They are also racing their own race, and they want to score as best as they can. They aren't just going to let first place by, so first place is going to have to get to a position that makes sense for Rookie Move to let them by without losing a lot of time on either end. Looks like Shaken Baker's thinking about making the move here. Didn't quite get it, though. Rookie Move's going to hold the inside here, probably going to back out coming into this corner. Yeah, they back out, just letting Shaken Baker by. Now Team Powered's going to try and make their pass around Rookie Move a little bit cleaner, try and hold on to that little bit of time they gained on Shaken Baker from that extra pass. So we're going to move over to Team Powered and see how they handle the blue flag situation. Rookie Move is doing a great job driving predictably. That's the most important part. As soon as you start driving different lines, trying to let people by, it gets very difficult for the car behind to tell what you're trying to do exactly. So Rookie Move just driving consistently, driving predictably, so everybody knows where everybody is. And it looks like they're going to back off a little bit on the straight there. Unfortunately, Team Powered did lose about the same amount of time, actually, to Rookie Move, so they are going to have to make that time back up. They got down to about 1.5 seconds, which must have been exciting for Nathan, but it's going to be still lots of encouragement from where they were earlier after Shaken Baker's slight mistake, which cost them a little bit of time. Now Team Powered is going to have some newfound encouragement and confidence trying to chase down that team. team-powered lap times are still looking strong, so it looks like they're still going to have an opportunity to chase down Shaken Baker. There are about 30 minutes left in this stint, so if Shaken Baker can't find a little bit of pace, they are going to be left at the mercy of the team-powered Bentley as they come up on the back of them. But again, Shaken Baker's coming up again on some more blue flag traffic, so they're going to have to be careful on this one too. Make sure they don't lose much time to team-powered behind if they want to hold on to this lead position. Got some very impressive driving so far from the drivers up front, especially putting in some very consistent and fast times. Joe Albert Racing and Diller Racing still there, trying to sort out where they're going to be at the end of the race. Joe Albert's a little bit far behind the other top 3 teams. Wu is also fallen behind a little bit from the top 2 especially. The top 2 are very close on track at this point. Nathan can see that Shaken Baker car just ahead, which always adds a little bit of a mental push when you can see that car ahead and you can visually see them driving around the track ahead of you. It gives you a clear goal to chase after. So that's going to help Nathan probably gain a little bit of pace here, just being able to physically see that car on track ahead of him. And Joe Baker coming around Joe Albert Racing now through the chicane. Looks like that went pretty smoothly, not much time lost. Looks like Joe Albert Racing let him by just before the chicane there. And I can hear the teams communicating a little bit, trying to tell their drivers what to expect when they come up on blue flag traffic. You can hear Mike Adams talking to Jamie as his crew chief at the moment while he's not driving, just letting the other teams know that he's happy to let them by. He's not going to try and hold them up at all. So Team Powered is going to be happy to hear that, happy to hear that they're also not going to lose much time getting around. But as well, even if you try, sometimes there are a couple times where you reach the car in front of you at kind of a bad time on track and it's just hard to pass. So you're just going to lose a little bit of time naturally through that process of getting past the car. Again, anytime you have to pass a car, you're not on your ideal line, which means you are going to be losing a little bit of time. Really the only way to pass without losing any time for both cars is if you can let someone by on a straight. Luckily, there are plenty of straights around Daytona, so if he can time it right, then Nathan should be able to get past Joe Albert Racing without a hitch. And I would expect that in either this straight or potentially the next straight after the chicane, depending on how quickly he's gaining on him. Sounds like, from what Mike is saying, he's going to go ahead and give it to him after the Le Mans chicane here. So they're going to come through the chicane, and then Joe Albert's going to back off a little bit and let Team Powered by. Team Powered is still just struggling to put down some faster times, just trying to get through this traffic. This is the tricky part of endurance racing, is going through traffic. And Joe Albert is planning on lifting to let the Bentley by here in just a moment. And Team Powered's going to slip by. Again, right around 3.4 seconds to Shaken Baker still, so they're still comfortably chasing them. Still trying to put down some fast times to get closer and closer. Dipping back down into the 3-second range now. Looks like their cars are starting to follow pretty different lines. Again, that Bentley might be on medium tires, so it's going to be chasing a sort of more of a qualifying lap than a race lap for as long as it can, and then it's going to slow down a bit towards the end of this stint in about 25 minutes or so. This is going to be a crucial point, though, in this stint to see if Nathan can hold on to the medium tires while chasing down Shake and Baker as they get towards the halfway point. This is where everyone starts to expect the mediums to drop off a bit, but at night with the colder track, it might be treating the tires a little bit better, keeping the life on them a little bit longer, and that might help them continue this pace a little bit longer and keep up with Shake and Baker a little bit easier. Checking in on Team Woo, they're actually putting in some very fast lap times right now. Their last lap was a little bit faster than Team Powered's last lap time with the medium tires, so potentially they might be on their medium tires, or their driver in the car right now is just getting along with the car, putting in some good lap times and gaining some pace. They've had a bit of a rough first two stints. This third stint is off to a good start so far for them. They're going to be trying to make back a lot of time that they missed out on in a couple of incidents earlier on in the race. Pretty unfortunate incident, but it happens. It's racing. Unfortunately, that's kind of how it goes, especially in endurance racing. It's a tricky thing to do, and it's a tricky race to race cleanly. You have 6 hours to make a mistake, which is a lot of time. As the drivers start getting further and further into the 6 hours, it is going to start wearing on everybody a little bit. Everybody's getting a little bit more tired than they were at the beginning of the race. That adrenaline is starting to wear off, so everybody's going to have trouble keeping up this pace much longer. You can see Team Powered is starting to cut down on that time pretty significantly. I'm going to be happy about that. And looking at their lap times, they're doing about a 45.6. And it actually looks like Shake and Baker's doing similar times, just with an occasional slip in a sector, or just not quite getting the power down as cleanly as Team Powered is. So they're going to be seeing Team Powered in their rear windshield very soon, it looks like, down to about 1.8 seconds. It looks like Shake and Baker might be dealing with some blue flag traffic again. So again, Team Powered is going to be trying to get by this cleaner than Shake and Baker is able to. It looks like Team Powered has a good run out of the chicane, though, onto the straight. So if they can take advantage of that, they're going to gain a little bit of time with this blue flag scenario. And that looks like a good advantage for Team Powered with the blue flag there. Again, it's a bit of luck, but it is a bit of strategy as well. You can come up to the blue flag at a better time than others, like we saw with Shake and Baker coming into the chicane. Had to let by and leave a little bit of room, wasn't able to quite maximize that pace through that corner, whereas Team Powered, since they were on their own, they were able to push a little bit harder, not have any distractions in front of them, and then get just a good solid run onto the straight and drive their pace normally, while Shake and Baker's having to slow down a little bit. So Shake and Baker now down to a little bit less than a second and a half ahead of Team Powered. Team Powered gaining slowly, but gaining consistently. We're getting close to about 20 minutes left in this stint. So tires are going to start dropping off for everybody as well. We're going to have to see how Team Powered handles that. Hopefully that wasn't a bit of commentator's curse, because they are starting to drop off the back of Shake and Baker a little bit. Not too much, just a few tenths or so. But before this, they were gaining pretty steadily. So hopefully just a couple corners that they had a slightly slower section and are going to get back on it in just a second. And as you can see, they're actually a little bit slow through the chicane, so it seems like those tires might be starting to wear out. The confidence in the tires is fading a little bit. Nathan's going to have to start being a little more careful as he gets closer and closer to Shake and Baker. Again, it's Nathan in the Team Powered and Joe on the Shake and Baker car. So these two are going to be racing pretty hard if Nate can catch up. But it's looking like he's hanging steady at about 2 seconds now. So he's going to be trying to decide how much he wants to push to try and catch up, but also trying to stay safe enough that he doesn't make any mistakes. And now that we've gotten through a bit of blue flag racing, you can see on the track map in your top right, 1 and 2 are coming through the infield, and they don't have many cars ahead of them for quite a while. So they're going to be racing cleanly in their own air for a little bit, which means Team Powered might have a chance to really make the most of this time gain that they have on Shake and Baker. As you can see, they're starting to gain time again, down to 1.3 seconds, which is about the closest they've been so far after their stint 1 incident. They clarified a little bit. They shook the rear of the car a little bit coming onto the main straight after that hairpin going onto the oval, and it did cause the car to check up a little bit, which is what caused that contact from Shake and Baker. Shake and Baker was not able to correct in time to the car being a little bit slower in front of them, so definitely was not intentional. And as we can see here, they're starting to gain that time back pretty quickly. It's been a very close race between these two cars so far. Wu was still hanging in there for a little while, but has dropped off the pace. They had a couple accidents earlier that had an unfortunate crash at one point, so they're making up a lot of time from that, unfortunately. Joe Albert Racing still trying to hang on to the back of Wu. Not quite as fast. Looks like Team Powered has just set the fastest lap of the race with a 45.1, which is about 0.3 faster, 0.2 faster than their previous fastest time. So they are desperately trying to pick up pace and catch the back of Shake and Baker. If they can catch them, we're going to see some exciting racing about halfway through here. And we're nearing the 3 hours and 20 minutes mark as Team Powered gets below a second to Shake and Baker ahead. And a big, deep braking from Team Powered. They are on the edge of that car's grip, trying as hard as they can to catch up to the car ahead. These next couple corners are going to be what counts. Going to see these runs onto the straight are going to matter a lot. That's the cleanest way to pass, the safest way to pass. It's hard to pass in the corners. You'll lose some time, and there's a lot more chance of accidents as you're passing in the infield, for example, the first sector. But if you can get close and get a good run onto the straight, you can just pass on the straight, and that's a nice clean pass. That's what Shake and Baker is going to be avoiding, is trying to make sure that Team Powered doesn't get a better run onto any of the straights. Team Powered is going to be doing their best to just keep it clean through the infield and get good exits onto the straights, just to try and chip away at that time to Shake and Baker ahead. Looks like they're gaining pace steadily, but still a little bit wavering in their consistency. They're down to about 1.2 seconds behind now. Looks like they're pretty fast into turn 1. Looks like Shake and Baker might be a little bit hesitant on the brakes coming into turn 1. So Team Powered is going to be pushing as hard as they can through this first sector, it looks like, trying to close that gap up each lap, trying to set a new time a little bit faster. Looks like Team Powered is gaining a lot of time on the entry into the corner there, but because he's coming in a little bit faster, Shake and Baker is still able to get a pretty solid exit and still build some time on the way out of that corner, making it hard for Team Powered to stay close enough to get the draft coming out of the corner you just saw onto this banked oval section. Team Powered is going to be trying to build up some speed, get a little bit closer to Shake and Baker so they can start to have the draft advantage, which will help them again on these straight line sections, just trying to build up more speed than the other car. Looks like Shake and Baker is still a little more confident through the chicane, perhaps. Team Powered is gaining time on the straight afterwards, but Shake and Baker is taking a very aggressive line on the way in, braking very late, braking very hard. And the harder you brake coming into that corner, the more it unsettles the car. When you're shifting the weight of the car around often, it makes it harder to drive. So Shake and Baker is going to be on the edge of their seats a little bit, trying to push for lap time while trying not to crash. That gap is really starting to get close now, down to a little bit more than 7/10, almost 8/10 now. Looks like Team Powered keeps gaining a lot of time in this middle sector, but isn't quite catching them anywhere else on track. They're going to have to start coming up with ways to find some time coming onto the straights. It looks like Shake and Baker still has really good straight line speed, which is going to make passing a little bit harder for Team Powered. As you can see here, Team Powered still hard on those brakes, gaining a little bit of time every time on the way into that corner, but on the way out, Shake and Baker is still getting a good exit. Because they're coming into the corner a little bit slower, they're going to have a little bit more grip in the mid-corner, which will help them get on gas a little bit earlier, because they'll have a little more grip at that slower speed. Team Powered, however, taking a slightly more aggressive line on the way in. It's going to gain a bit of time on the way into the corner, but have the car less steady when they need to get back on throttle. That's going to make it harder for them to gain time. But as you can see, they keep chipping away at that time behind Shake and Baker little by little. They always seem to lose a little bit of time in this chicane and then gain it back at turn one. And Team Powered now coming around to turn one, closer than they have been most other laps. It'll be interesting to see where they come out behind Shake and Baker after this infield sector. There you can see that aggressive braking from Team Powered when that gap closes up real quick. You can see the Shake and Baker car being lit up blue from behind with the Bentley closing in 0.2 of a second now, splitting them. Nathan's going to have to be careful with that better braking ability because of, and looks like Shake and Baker had a little bit of a wiggle and they went off track. Unfortunately, that's going to be very good news for Team Powered, bad news for Shake and Baker, as they're going to lose a bit of time and not be able to fight back for that position now. Oh, and just as we say that, Team Powered also loses the back end of the car onto the straight, which is going to be a tricky section to lose that run on, with Team Shake and Baker gaining the lead again. So a little bit of a switch there. Now they're going to have to start pushing each other, trying to gain as much time as possible. We're getting towards the end of the stint now. Those tires are going to start getting really hard to drive on, especially after both the teams just spun a little bit, overheated those tires, and are going to have trouble putting the power down on hot tires that have been worn out. The rubber on the track is going to help a little bit, but with the temperature of the track decreasing as the night goes on, it's going to be harder and harder to keep going fast for these few laps before we come into the pits. There's now 2 seconds separating Team Powered from Shake and Baker. Team Powered still probably going to be trying to put in some fast times, still just trying to hold on to the back of Shake and Baker. It's an unfortunate spin they had, really bad timing. It's going to be difficult for them to swallow that, but they will get back on track, keep setting their times, and hopefully get back up to where they want to be behind Shake and Baker. Again, we just saw a little bit of a wiggle under braking through the corner we went through just last lap, and that lost Shake and Baker the position. But then coming out of the corner they're going through now, Team Powered had a little bit of a spin. Nathan probably got a bit excited knowing that he just passed Joe for position, and probably threw him off a little bit, threw him off of his normal mindset coming into that corner, and caused him to rotate the car a little more than he wanted. spun the car, lost some time, and is going to have a slight decrease in tire wear there. Luckily, it wasn't a super hard spin, so he's not going to have flat spots quite yet, but those tires are not going to be feeling as good as they were before. Again, just lowering that confidence in the car. Looks like Shaken Baker as well is starting to shake a little bit. They're getting a little bit uneven entries into the chicane. It's getting harder and harder for them to keep putting down those lap times. As you can see, Team Powered now within a second to Shaken Baker. Gain that time back pretty quickly. They're going to see if they can apply the pressure and get Shaken Baker to make another mistake again. And Shaken Baker is under a second again, so that pressure is going to be building up for Shaken Baker with Team Powered breathing down their neck, once again lighting the back of that car up with their headlights. Nathan looking really good under braking there. Again, Shaken Baker having solid exits though, but it looks like Team Powered is still getting good exits on that car though, because they're not losing as much time on the exit anymore as they were gaining on the entry. So that late braking, that hard braking is really paying off for Nathan, and he is gaining little bits of time here and there on Shaken Baker, and it is definitely getting them closer and closer to their car. And it looks like we're right back to it with Shaken Baker still having trouble with that chicane. Seems like the car is rotating a little bit too much on the entry for their taste, and it's causing them to have to save the car a little bit. That time it looks like it worked out okay for them though. They're gaining time on the Bentley behind. You can see in the bottom right corner the Bentley is about 1 mile an hour, 2 miles an hour slower. Gaining speed though, looks like they're about even in speed now. Now Team Powered is going to have to decide if they want to try and push for a pass on track here, or if they're just going to try and apply pressure like they did before, try and get Shaken Baker to make a mistake under braking or on throttle application again. Just trying to decide how they want to handle this. Team Woo actually with fastest lap time of 1:45.11, which is just 200ths faster than the Team Powered lap time, but is an indicator that they're going to start gaining time, especially if Shaken Baker and Team Powered start fighting each other for position. They're going to slow down a bit and leave themselves vulnerable to Team Woo, starting to gain some time, hopefully start to get back into the race for first. They are a ways back from Team Powered right now, but as we saw with Team Powered, a 20-second lead is not the end of the race. One mistake, a couple mishaps can easily cut that down to, like we see now, 9/10 of a second coming out of the chicane. Looks like Team Powered is kind of biding their time behind Shaken Baker, looking for maybe a clear opportunity to try and make a pass, or they might be at the edge of their grip and are just struggling to still put in a fast time. It looks like they keep gaining through turn one, keep gaining on all the hard braking sections, but again, that Mercedes just keeps keeping up the pace on the straight sections, which is making it very hard for them to build a decent gap from Team Powered. Team Powered is still right on the back of them, 5/10 now coming through the middle of the first sector. And it looks like the Bentley is starting to gain speed. It might be starting to see a little bit of that draft advantage as they get closer and closer on these straights. They're going to have a little bit more of that every single lap. If they can keep within 4/10, that's really going to help them, especially after corners like this, where it's a really tricky section onto a fast section of the track that leads to a difficult corner to defend. So as we see them get out onto the straight here, they are looking pretty good. Their speed is currently 2 miles an hour faster than Shake and Baker. So although it's not much faster, they're gaining it for this whole straight. So they're going to gain a lot of time coming into the first corner here. This is going to be a tricky corner. We'll have to see what happens here. Nathan starts to move towards the outside, bumps Shake and Baker a little bit. Everybody keeps it steady though. I have a feeling we're going to see some very aggressive racing in a moment here. And of course, right as the stint is ending, so it's going to be difficult for the teams to decide when to come into the pit. Shake and Baker's dying for that next pit stop to come so they can come into the pits and get a little bit of distance on them, hopefully, from Team Powered. However, coming out of the pits, they're still going to be about as close as they are as long as nobody does a different driver swap or strategy for fuel. Team Powered all over the back of Shake and Baker. Goes a little wide though, still right on the back of them though, only a couple tenths still separating them. Coming on to the straight before the chicane. Looks like Team Powered is taking a much further inside line, just focusing on getting around that corner as quickly as possible, whereas Shake and Baker is going a little bit wider, trying to get a faster run onto the straight, get a little bit more speed going. And for the time being, it looks like Shake and Baker has built a little bit of a gap to help them gain a little bit of confidence back, get a little bit more comfort in their lap. It's hard to take your normal line when you have someone right behind you, especially somebody that's braking a bit later than you. It's hard to go all the way out to the outside of the track and leave the inside open there when you know someone's right behind you, trying to take every little bit of gap they can find. Again, probably should be about 4 minutes left in this stint. Shake and Baker is going to be wanting to come into the pits soon to swap out for some fresh fuel and tires and split themselves up from Team Powered. However, Team Powered may be planning to come into the pits right behind them, which would make for a pretty tense pit stop. Looks like Team Powered is pushing very hard right now. They just had a fastest Sector 1, so they're still trying to set the fastest times right now that they can, just pushing the car to its limit. Like I mentioned earlier, Nathan seeing that car in front of him is going to give him a little bit of extra confidence, give him a little bit of drive to try and push to get that lap time down and catch that car ahead. It gives you a very immediate response because you know you can see that car ahead of you. If they lose any time, you see them losing that time. It gives you that little bit of confidence that can sometimes be just enough of an edge to start to catch the car in front of you. Team Team Powered still all over the back of Shaken Baker as we're coming up to some more lap traffic here. This could potentially be a race-deciding moment. Coming through the blue flag traffic every time is going to be a little bit harder. Towards the end of the stint here, everybody's on low degraded tires, low fuel. The cars are light and don't have a lot of grip, so it's going to be hard to keep everything safe as you're passing through this blue flag traffic. It's going to be harder for them to make sure that they're staying clean and giving everybody room. Team Powered still setting faster times in general over Shaken Baker, but not enough to really close that gap. And Team Powered is coming into the pits now, so they're going to try and undercut Shaken Baker. As we were mentioning earlier, he gets to come into the pits earlier than Shaken Baker, as Shaken Baker has to try and now put down the fastest times they can before Ryan is going to hop in after their driver swap for Team Powered. Ryan's going to drive for Team Powered, try and chase down Shaken Baker. So as Ryan comes out of the pits here, he's going to have to get in as fast a lap as he can to try and build up that gap between Shaken Baker and himself. Shaken Baker, unfortunately, having a tough time on this lap. It was a very important lap for them to get their fastest time possible on, and they had to deal with some blue flag traffic. That might have been some strategy from the Team Powered side, some smart strategy at that. If they had to wait for that blue flag and knew that was coming, it would be a good idea to get the pit done and avoid that whole traffic situation. So now we'll have to see if Shaken Baker is also going to slow down and come into the pits, or if they're going to keep racing. It's looking like they might keep racing. Yeah, they're going to keep going, so they still have a little bit of fuel and tire left. They're confident that they can keep running on. They're going to have to try and push a little bit harder since they had that blue flag traffic. As we're coming around to 3 hours now, we're about halfway through the race. Everybody's finishing up their third stint. Going to start getting into the final stints of the race. And Team Powered now on their way out of the pits. They're going to have to see where Shaken Baker come out after their pit stop. They're going to be trying to put in a good lap time now. It's very dependent that they put in a good lap time in order to stay ahead of Shaken Baker when Shaken Baker comes out of the pits. And unfortunately, Team Powered is also dealing with some blue flag traffic. They're going to have to try and get by that as quickly as possible if they're going to take advantage of this undercut strategy that they've deployed. And I apologize, that actually wasn't blue flag traffic, that was normal traffic. The pit strategies are off, so Team Powered has completed their pit stop, whereas Joe Albert has not, but they are technically racing for position on track, so Joe Albert didn't have to let them by in that case either. It's not technically a blue flag situation, but it looked like Joe Albert was going to be nice, understood that this isn't quite the race that they're racing, so they're going to let them by, try and reduce time lost for all teams involved. I'm overhearing it sounds like Rookie Move is going to be keeping their driver in, so they're going to be doing a short stop, which means they don't have that 30-second driver swap penalty. It's just going to be fuel and tires for this stop, so that might let them jump up a couple positions in the next stints as we see everybody starting to sort out the last bits of their strategy. It's looking like we're almost exactly on for a clean strategy, so everybody's going to run their fuel and tires right down to the end of the race. There might be a couple extra laps where everybody has to come in and pit at the last little section, throw some soft tires or some medium tires on the car, low fuel, and just go as fast as they can for a couple laps. You're going to see Rookie Move coming out of the pits now. They're going to have to stay over to the left as Team Powered skates by. Again, Rookie Move not swapping drivers, so Jeff is going to be doing another stint here, probably about another hour. So he's going to be in the car for 2 hours now, which will start to wear on the drivers, especially in the last couple hours of the race. Definitely the last hour, everybody's very tired. There's a lot of strategy to when you have your drivers running in the race, breaks in between their stints. It's all an important part of the strategy to decide. Looks like Diller is now in a similar situation as Team Powered was not too long ago. But most importantly here, it looks like Shake and Baker is now in the pits. They're going to be coming up to their pit box, trying to get out of the pits as quickly as possible before Team Powered comes around. And Shake and Baker comes out of the pits right behind Comp. Comp is still going to let them by. So lucky for Shake and Baker, they're not going to lose a lot of time there.
Joe Albert Racing has completed.
Team Woo has set their fastest lap in their last lap, so they're now pushing pretty hard for the last bit of their stint. I don't think they've stopped yet, so when they do finally stop, it's going to be nice to get some fresh rubber on the car. So this is a bit of a tricky situation where Woo is in first place at the moment on track, but they haven't completed their pit stop yet. So in the grand scheme of things, Team Powered is still technically ahead of them, but Woo is going to want to try and get by Team Powered in order to come out of the pits around them. And it looks like Team Powered is going to choose to let them by. which is a good plan, especially coming into this chicane. You don't want to be fighting for position coming through here. It's hard enough with one car going through the chicane. The last thing you want is two cars going through the chicane side by side. And Diller is coming into the pits now, so Joe Albert Racing is going to be passing them while they are stopped. And then Rookie Move is also going to be trying to close as much time as possible while Diller is stopped in the pits. Looks like Diller has opted for a driver swap, so it's going to be a little bit trickier to keep track of where teams are now. I'm going to do my best to help everybody understand where everybody is with their pit stops and their driver swaps. So Rookie Move has not swapped drivers, but it appears that Diller has. So Rookie Move does have a bit of a 30-second or so less of a gap than it looks like they do. Still ways off of Diller though, so it's still going to be tough for them to make that time up. And Diller is back on the move out of the pits now. And into the pits comes Team Woo. They're going to be stopping now. Getting down to that pit lane speed limit and stopping in their box for some fresh fuel and tires. See the car get lifted up there as it switches out. Going to go see how Shaken Baker is doing now in the first sector, coming through the infield. Their times are looking quite a bit faster than Team Powered now. They did swap drivers, so it's going to be interesting to see how their lap times start to play out over the course of this stint. And Shaken Baker's going to come by and reclaim first as they pass the pit lane. Team Woo is going to be coming out of their pit lane soon. Looks like they're on the move driving again. Team Powered is going to have to see how close behind they are. Looks like Team Powered is definitely going to overtake them as well. So Woo's now just trying to get out of the pit lane as fast as possible while still following that pit lane speed limit. And you can see a little bit more blue flag racing on the outside of the pit wall there. Blue is also going to be making their way up now to Compt in last position. That's going to be another blue flag traffic to have to work around. Again, just trying to keep that time lost through those sections as little as possible. Team Woo is looking much closer to Team Powered than they were before. Potentially that's due to no driver swap. It looks like Team Woo might have forgone their driver swap for the last pit stop, so they are going to gain a little bit of time on Team Powered ahead, but they will still have to make the same amount of driver stops, so we will see that paid back towards the end of the race most likely. So it's looking like Team Powered is actually losing a bit of time to Team Woo here. They're steadily losing time to Shake and Baker and to Woo, so it's looking like Team Powered is a little bit down on pace compared to where they were a little bit earlier in the race. So Woo, with their lack of a driver swap, so Francisco's still in the car, I believe. They're going to be trying to catch up to Team Powered and pass them, so that when they do have to serve that driver swap, they have as much advantage as they can coming into that stop. Team Woo is really starting to close in on Team Powered. I have to see if Team Powered lets them by and just tries to keep them within 30 seconds, or if they're going to battle them for on-track position. Looks like it would be a tough time to battle, as they're both trying not to lose too much time to Shake and Baker. Shake and Baker is putting down consistent lap times still with their fastest laps, so it's going to be hard for them to battle at all without losing significant time to Shake and Baker. They're both already down to about 40 seconds now away from Shake and Baker. So Shake and Baker's starting to feel pretty comfortable up there. I know Cameron just jumped in the car for Joe, so he's going to be, I believe, double stinting and running 2 stints in a row. So that should take him near to the end of the race, and then potentially have Joe hop back in to finish up the race for them. Team Woo is closing that time up like crazy. There's definitely going to be a pass coming up here in just a moment. Looks like Woo had a good run there. Francisco thinking about taking the position, but backed off just a little bit. And now Team Powered is in the position they were putting Shake and Baker in just a little while ago, trying to hold off a faster car from behind. Francisco is putting down some very good laps in that BMW M6, showing a lot of competence at night and a lot of pace on these tires. It's going to start applying a lot of pressure to Team Powered. They're going to have to start thinking a lot about how to keep this car behind them, considering their pace is a little bit slower. And Team Powered is now starting to take some defensive lines, holding the inside. Team Woo is definitely doing as much as they can, using up the whole track, trying to take advantage of them taking shorter lines. Team Woo going for a very aggressive move down around the outside on the entry to the chicane. That was a fantastic move from Francisco. Really, really good car control there. It's a difficult spot to gain a position, especially on track. And it looks like he's going to pull away now. That was a very solid move from Francisco in the Team Woo car, passing Ryan in the Team Powered. Ryan's going to have to try and push back now, try and hold as much pace as he can and stay caught up with that BMW. Potentially he might be able to stay caught up enough to hold in the draft, but we'll have to see as they come through this first sector. It's not looking good. Team Woo is gaining a lot of time on Team Powered just through the first couple corners. So it's not looking promising for Team Powered to hold on to the back of this car. As expected, both of these cars did lose a couple seconds battling as well. So now they're about 40 seconds behind Shaken Baker, who is healthily in the lead, just putting in laps, taking it easy probably, trying to just stay consistent and hold their lead. And as Team Woo is starting to pull away, we're going to look back a little bit further into the field. Diller still lapping behind Joe Albert Racing, trying to close up that gap. They're about 30 seconds away. I'm not sure if that's because of a driver swap that one of the teams has taken where the other hasn't. If that's the case, then by the end of this, they should be very close to each other coming out of the pits for the final stop. We'll have to see if that's the case later on, though. Rookie move, still about a minute off of them. Still lapping a little bit slower. It's going to be hard for them to catch them. Really hoping Diller is going to make a mistake probably. Rookie move is going to be hoping that there's some incidents ahead potentially, or Diller perhaps gets a little too confident and starts to lose some time. And we're coming down to about 2 hours and 30 minutes left in the race, which means we're coming to the halfway point of this stint once again. So we're running pretty much on the hour, which means the team should have a pretty clean strategy lined up to get to the end of the race. Hopefully none of the teams have to start doing fuel saving to make sure they can finish their last stint. Again, if everybody comes into the pits and gets fuel and there's couple minutes left in the race more than they have fuel for, then everybody will have to stop again and grab more fuel in order to get back out on track and keep racing, which sometimes that's just how it pans out. Everybody has to make up a little stint at the end with half fuel and softer medium tires. We will see what happens though as the end of this stint comes around. Joe Albert really looks like they're pushing that Corvette pretty hard now. They did just set their fastest personal lap time in their last lap, so they are going faster than they have so far this race, which is going to be tough for Diller to see. They're going to have to keep trying to push, keep trying to make up that time. They're also lapping around a tenth away from their fastest time, so not too far off. They're just going to be trying to keep it consistent, trying to keep as close to as they can to those fast lap times so that they can keep whittling down that 30 seconds. And here we are again with Shake and Baker out front. They are actually losing a little bit of time here and there to Team Woo. Not a lot, but Team Woo is maintaining about 40 seconds, bringing it down a little bit lap after lap. Just half a tenth of a second or so, hundredths of tenths. So small little increments that they're trying to gain, but they are gaining, which has got to be encouraging for that team. It didn't look like they had the ideal start to their race, but as they're going, it's starting to look better and better. Their strategy is looking promising. Their pace especially is looking promising. They've definitely surprised a few people with their outright lap times. And Shake and Baker once again coming through the first corner onto the sports car infield layout of Daytona. Started running this layout around 1985. That was around the first time we started seeing sports cars on the infield at Daytona. Before then, it was mostly oval racing and a slightly different version of this road course. This road course has been changed a little bit over time, but the oval built in 1959 was primarily used for oval racing before this road course was ever opened. Had a lot of oval races before they even offered road course racing around Daytona. Fun fact, the Daytona oval was built in 1959 for $3 million. I haven't done the math for how much money that is now, but I imagine quite a bit. Team Powered looks like they're still struggling to find lap time. Looking at their previous laps, it looks like they're still running around a low 48, high 47 lap time, whereas a lot of the other teams were doing, mid 45s, high 40, low 46s. So they're down a bit on pace. I'll be interested to see if they're fuel saving at all, if they've discovered that last, if there is a small pit at the end where they have to add a little bit of fuel and a little bit of tires, if they can save enough fuel to get rid of that stop and potentially save themselves a lot of time in the pits. It seems like they might be trying that out. They have lost a lot of time in the last 20 minutes or so, so hopefully they're doing some fuel saving, and that'll gain them a lot of time in the pits later on. Just avoiding one pit can save you over a minute. So if they can hold on and fuel save and avoid a pit stop that everybody else has to make, they could potentially still definitely be in this fight for the win. So I did just confirm after looking at some of our race data, it looks like Diller and Joe Albert Racing may still very much be racing each other. Although it looks like Diller does have a 30-second gap, the driver swap pits have been offset. So it seems like at some point, Joe Albert Racing took another new driver, which put them did not take another new driver, which put them 30 seconds ahead of Diller. But Diller still has an extra swap to do, so they're going to be 30 seconds offset, which means the gap between them is at about 5 seconds once you take that into account. So that's still a very close battle happening for fourth at the moment. Joe Albert Racing, though, is putting in some fast laps now. They put in their fastest personal lap just last lap with a 146.395. So they're gaining some time, trying to build a little bit of a gap on Diller. I don't know if they've realized that they have that 30-second differential and that they're going to be coming out of the pits very close to one another, but we'll have to see that a little bit later in the race. Looks like all the teams but just a couple of the bottom teams in the race so far have done 3 driver swaps. Just a couple of teams have only done 2, so those teams are going to be a little bit further behind than it appears at the moment because they're saving those driver swaps for later. That can be a bit of an advantage too, though, as if they swap drivers later, that driver will have done less time on track, which means they'll have a fresher mind to get back out racing again, which can make it a little bit easier if you haven't been worn out through racing for the past hour to get back on track and put some new fast laps and kind of refresh your race a little bit. We're getting close to the 2-hour mark, about 20 minutes left in this stint, a little bit over halfway through this stint. So we're going to start seeing drivers come into the pits in about 20 minutes or so. And that's when we're going to start seeing a lot of these strategies start to converge. We're going to see a lot of gaps close up potentially when these strategies all start to line up. Everybody's been running something a little bit different just based on their driver swap. And when they were running those driver swaps, again, they have to do 4 30-second driver swaps during their pit stops before the end of the race. If they don't finish one of those, they will get a time penalty. So everybody has to finish those 4 longer pit stops before the end of the race. It looks like there's about 6 stops and 7 stints for each of the teams. But as I said, we'll see if Team Powered is maybe doing some fuel saving, trying to cut down that 7th stint down to 6 stints with 5 stops. Joe Albert Racing is still putting down some good laps, only a little bit faster than Diller, but putting down their fastest laps so far still. They just had a fastest Sector 1 with a 43.8, which is actually faster than a lot of our fastest teams are doing right now. A lot of those teams are doing mid 44.4 Sector 1s. Shaken Baker still going a little bit faster than everybody else on the track at the moment, so they're going to be feeling pretty confident about the end of the race. We'll have to see if anybody has any tricks up their sleeve for how to get back at that time. And Joe Albert Racing is now coming up on some lapped traffic. You can hear them in the background kind of trying to decide how that's going to go down. You can send your team over to talk to the other teams while they're not driving to try and decide when you want to let by a blue flag car, just to make it as smooth as possible. They don't want any hiccups as they're trying to get past these lapped cars. Joe Albert Racing is gaining some time on Team Powered as well, and may have a chance to unlap themselves to get back on the lead lap of the race, which would be exciting for that team. And again, they're trying to lose as little time to Diller as possible. Diller has taken one more long stop for their driver swap than Joe Albert Racing has. So Joe Albert does have 30 seconds that they have to serve in a pit stop coming up. So they're not away yet. They do have about a 5-second gap between Joe Albert and Diller. Those two teams are going to be battling it out close to the end of the race, I'd assume. And we're going to go ahead and switch our attention back to the front of the pack here. Team Woo still doing a lot of good lap times, still holding about an even pace with Shaken Baker, which is good for them. They weren't showing that pace quite in practice or qualifying, so it's good to see that they've found a bit of pace on track and are able to take advantage of that, start gaining some time on the two teams that were previously ahead of them after they had a couple incidents earlier in the race that caused them to lose a lot of time to Shaken Baker and Team Powered. Looks like so far everyone has had a little bit of difficulty. Everybody's had a couple spins here and there. It's really hard to keep consistent lap times without any mistakes across these 6 hours, so it's expected everybody's going to make a small mistake, and all of those small mistakes end up adding up a lot more than a lot of the teams expect. These strategies are all very close. Everybody's pace is very close. As soon as all of those small mistakes start to add up, that's where time is really gained and lost. Team Powered still not putting in quite the lap times they want to, nearing a 30-second gap to Team Woo. again, we'll have to see if this is an intentional fuel-saving strategy or if their pace is just off in this part of the race, if they're just not quite getting the laps down that they were hoping they would. And it looks like Joe Albert Racing coming up on them now for an overtake and unlap themselves in the race. Nicely done to Joe Albert Racing. As you can see now, Team Power does have an opportunity to hold on to the draft behind Joe Albert Racing just to try and get a little bit of extra lap time out of the car. If they are saving fuel, this is going to be an ideal situation to be in where they can just chase behind a car just ahead and hold on to the draft, but it looks like that draft may already start to disappear as Joe Albert's car starts to pull away. And Team Powered have now dipped just below 30 seconds away from Team Woo. It's going to be tricky for them to make that time back up. And it looks like Shaken Baker's going to be coming up to some traffic now. So we'll go ahead and watch them deal with that for a little bit. Shaken Baker does have a pretty good lead right now, but a mistake would be getting comfortable. They definitely want to keep pushing, just keep trying to build that gap just in case anybody is trying something tricky and has an idea that might gain them some time through pit strategy. And it looks like Diller's going to go ahead and let Shaken Baker by on the inside of that corner. Very nice of them to do that. And we're getting very close to the end of this stint now, just about 10 minutes remaining, actually 9 minutes. We're going to come down to the 2-hour mark of the race. which should mean we're going to have a lot of people coming in to do their pit stops, a lot of driver swaps being done to either finish off the race with a final driver, or potentially we'll have some people waiting to do their driver swap towards the last stint of the race and just swap out drivers for that last section of the race. So just to review for people watching at home, we have Ryan in the team-powered car. Cameron is driving in the Shake and Baker car. Francisco is going to be driving the Team Woo car at the moment. We have Jeff is driving for Rookie Move. Diller is being driven by Brad at the moment. And it looks like Jamie is in the car for Diller at the moment. I'll have to check with Team Comp to see who's driving with them. And it looks like we're going to be getting down to the final minutes of this stint. Probably about 2 minutes before we see people starting to pull into the pits. It's going to start to get busy in here. In the next couple hours as well, we are going to be seeing the sun start to come up again and the track start to heat up, which means lap times will pick up again. Everybody's going to start setting their ideal laps. But as the sun rises as well, the sun will rise and put some sun in the driver's eyes around some important corners. It's typically going to be a little bit more difficult to keep the car steady. The sun is very bright in the sim, so when that sun comes up and starts blinding our drivers a little bit, that can be a dangerous time to start pushing if anybody needs to. And it looks like Shake and Baker is starting to pick up their pace a little bit as well, which is the last thing Team Woo or Team Powered want to hear. They did their fastest Sector 1 this lap, so they are putting in some pretty solid lap times. Last lap time was a 1:45.1, which is not their fastest, but it's pretty near. Again, their fastest lap of the race so far was a 1:45.0. The fastest lap overall is a 1:44.8 from Team Powered when Nathan was driving for them just an hour or so ago. As you can see, that all the cars are starting to wiggle around a little bit. They're starting to lose that tire grip as this stint is coming to a close. They're all going to have to start being a little more careful. You can see that BMW really starting to roll around the corners a little more than it was before. Francisco's going to have to be careful on the throttle, careful with his throttle control coming out of corners, making sure that he's not trying to get the car moving too fast. His current times are about a half a second off of Shake and Baker, so he's still not gaining any time on Shake and Baker. Team Woo and Team Powered are both losing time to Shake and Baker at the moment and losing time to each other. So Team Powered is slowly starting to lose time to the teams ahead. Hopefully they will start to find a solution to that soon. Their lap times are starting to struggle a little bit. Team Woo, though, is hanging on. Again, also their lap times are not quite as fast as they were before, but we are at the end of a stint, so it is expected that everybody's times are going to slow down a little bit. Looks like Shake and Baker, specifically Cameron, is feeling pretty comfortable in that car, though. He's still putting in some very fast times. And rookie move in the pits now. They're going to be doing a driver swap. Jeff just got finished with a double stint. So now David is going to hop back in and finish up the race potentially, or they might still switch over to Gary for the last stint of the race. Yep, I can confirm. It looks like Rookie Move is planning to swap the car back over to Gary after David's stint now. So David's going to come out of the pits in about 20 seconds. And then once he has finished up his final stint, we'll get into the last stint of the race where Gary's going to hop in for them. And here comes Rookie Move out of the pit lane, going to get that M4 back on track. Shake and Baker puts in their fastest middle sector time on their way into the pits. Team Powered also in the pits now, so things are about to kick off. Rookie Move is making their way out of the pits as everybody else is filtering in. As we've seen throughout the race, Wu is on a bit of an overcut. So as they continue throughout this race, they keep having everybody pit a little bit before them, and then they come in the pits a couple laps later. So we should see them pit either this lap or after this lap. Shake and Baker and Team Powered, however, did come into the pits around 10 seconds off of each other. So they're going to be pretty close coming out of the pits, it looks like. Looks like Shake and Baker is now moving on their way out of the pits. And we'll have to keep our eye on Team Powered just behind them, who is also now on their way out of the pits. So it looks like Shake and Baker does have a bit of a lead on Team Powered coming out of the pits. And you can see Team Powered coming over to the left side, cutting it close to the pace car there, just trying to minimize that distance in the pit lane as much as possible. Every little bit counts around here, so they're trying to get every little bit. Diller is coming into the pits now, just behind Joe Albert Racing. Joe Albert Racing is going to have a lot of pressure on them now, as if Diller does their driver swap, this could result in that 30-second gap being closed up, which means they'll be just a few seconds off of each other when they come out of the pits. So this will be a vital moment in the race for both those teams. Looks like Joe Albert Racing is going to be coming up on the end of their stop here in just a second. And Joe Albert is moving out of the pits now.
Joe Albert Racing has completed.
And the car behind them, Diller, is now going to have quite a mission on their way out of the pit. They may be fighting with Joe Albert Racing. It looks like both teams have done a 30-second driver swap, so we may still see that 30-second gap get carried over into the final stint of the race. Should be lead to a very interesting finish for us. So after those pit stops, it looks like Team Wu still moving along, getting in their laps. Shake and Baker has stuck with Cameron in the car. He's going to continue this stint. Team Powered has Nathan back in the car now after Ryan completed his stint through the night. Nathan's going to do a little bit of time here at the end. Looked like Nathan had the fastest time so far of the drivers on that team, so they're going to get him back in the car and try and maximize that potential. And with just an hour and 50 minutes left in the race, we should start seeing the sun come up soon. We are going to finish with the sun up, so over the next couple hours we are going to see that sun come up, start to heat up the track again, start to add some pace back into these corners, and everybody's going to start having some faster lap times towards the end, I would assume. But we'll have to wait and see if that pans out. Shaken Baker has just put down their fastest first sector time, the 43.467. So Cameron obviously feeling comfortable. He's been driving the car for an entire stint now, so it's just getting back out of the pits, getting back up to speed, and then business as usual again once he's driving. Team Powered has opted to swap Nathan back in, so after a little break he's going to have to get back up to speed around the track after taking a little break. And I just went ahead and checked. Team Woo will be stopping very soon. They're pretty low on fuel, but again, they were overcutting the rest of the field. So they are going to be pitting a little bit later than everybody else for the rest of the race. There should only be one more pit stop left for most teams. There might be two, but most likely one more stop after this one for most teams. And everything's going to start shaking out to where it should be as we complete that last stop, and then it's a run to the end for the 6-hour race. We've already seen a lot of impressive driving so far in this 6 hour. We're looking forward to seeing what the last hour is going to look like. Lots of hard racing in the beginning, and especially in the middle, more than we've seen in a lot of other 6-hour races, which just goes to show how close, especially the top 3, have been. It's hard to keep up pace and keep racing for 6 hours, especially even if you're a driver just driving for a 2-hour stint. So we're very impressed with all of the drivers being able to drive and race so aggressively and still keep it on track for the most part. Team Wu just trying to make the most out of these tires before they have to stint in a little bit of time here. They shouldn't have too much time left in their fuel. Last I checked, it was getting really low, so they're going to be coming into the pit stop soon. As you can see, that Team Wu car is starting to rotate a lot. It's kind of lurching around as it comes out of the corners. They have pretty low fuel now, very worn tires, so they're going to be coming into the pits soon to swap those out for some fresh rubber, fresh fuel, get back out on track. Potentially do a driver swap. This is Francisco driving at the moment. They might swap over to Justin, but we'll have to wait and see. And Team Wu comes into the pits finally, so they're going to go ahead and swap on some new tires and some fresh fuel, full tank most likely, just to run it out as close to the end as they can. And then they're going to have a shorter stint than everybody else at the very end of the race. Now it's up to Team Powered to try and make up as much time on Team Wu as possible while they're stopped in the pit lane. Again, we have Nathan driving, who has been their fastest driver today, so they do have an opportunity to start cutting down on that time again, trying to catch up to Team Wu. They did lose quite a bit of time in their last stint, but they still have a lot of opportunity to make it back up. There's still an hour and 45 minutes left in this race. And it looks like Team Wu will be doing a driver swap. So they're going to be swapping Justin into the car now. Francisco's hopping out. Francisco has been a little bit faster than Justin today, but not by much. So this shouldn't be too much of a change in pace for them as Justin starts to roll back out onto track, passing Team Compt. And coming out of the pit lane, just again, keeping that pit lane speed limit, not speeding, so that he gets a penalty. If you do speed in the pit lane, you get a penalty, which adds a lot of time to your race and is very difficult to make back up. So all the drivers have been very careful keeping that in mind as they go around the track and come into the pit stops. And it looks like Shaken Baker is again having a pretty comfortable lap. They've done their fastest first sector. It looks like maybe their fastest lap might not have had the best first sector, because they do get a faster first sector pretty often. But that's good for them. That means they're putting in consistent times, which is all they're looking for right now, just consistency ahead of the pack. As we can see now that Team Wu has gotten back out on track, they now have a substantial gain on them. They're around 80 seconds ahead of Team Wu. So it's looking pretty solidified that it might be a Shake and Baker win. We'll have to see how these last hours shake out, but it looks like it's going to be pretty close potentially between Team Powered and Team Woo. We'll have to see how that goes. Still waiting to see if Joe Albert Racing and Diller are as close on track as might be thought, because Diller has not done Joe Albert Racing has not done a long driver swap stop. So when they do that, they might lose quite a bit of time to Diller, which could bring that section of the race to an exciting conclusion. And it looks like Team Powered is starting to fall back into the groove again. Nathan just set their fastest Sector 1 and the fastest Sector 1 we've seen so far with a 43.4, which is absolutely cruising. That's almost down to qualifying lap Sector 1 times. Sector 1 is one of the most difficult sections of the track because it has the most corners. So being able to set down a time like that this far into the race is pretty impressive. We're definitely going to have to keep watching that team, see if they're able to gain back a lot of the time that they've lost so far. And once again, Team Powered is definitely pushing. They just put, again, their fastest Sector 1 down 43.3 now, getting even closer to their qualifying lap times. Their middle sector is pretty good. Sector 2 of 40.32. The last sector from Shake and Baker in Sector 2 was a 40.1. So still not quite as fast through that sector as Shake and Baker, but they are gaining time in the first sector, which is one of the harder parts of the track. So if they're able to keep gaining time in that section and just keep whittling away at this gap to Team Woo and Shake and Baker, that should be helpful for that team and potentially get them back up in the running. Again, Team Powered having to work their way around one of the lapped teams, just trying to get around that team and not lose too much time. And there we saw a rookie move, letting Diller by. Diller just with the blue flag on rookie move. So they're going to get by and continue chasing down Joe Albert Racing. Joe Albert Racing has been putting in a fantastic performance so far. They did qualify a little bit lower than Diller did, but they have managed to work their way back and are still fighting for that position. And it looks like everybody is really starting to settle into the race. It's getting harder and harder to start putting in fast lap times. Everybody's been driving for quite a while now, and that's going to start to fatigue the drivers a bit and make it harder and harder to stay focused and keep running the lines that they know work. It's harder and harder to control the car as you get more tired and your reaction time slows down a little bit. You're not able to keep up with the pace that you've been able to run for the rest of the race. And that can also start slowing people down just from a mental perspective as well. They start seeing that they're putting slower times and they feel like they should be going a bit faster, and that ends up stressing them out a bit and, again, throwing off that focus and pulling down those lap times. And we're nearing the halfway point for this stint, which means the cars are going to start getting a little bit slower, having a little bit more trouble keeping the grip on the track. But as we'll see here in just a moment, the sun will start to rise, heat up the track again, and then those tires will start to grip up again. So it should be an interesting stint, especially towards the end of this stint, to see how the tires react to the pavement heating up but still being worn out, and how that's going to affect their ability to drive predictably and consistently. Team Power does seem to be making up a little bit of time, cutting down to 38 seconds. Seems like Team Woo has lost a little bit of pace on Shake and Baker, so they're not going to be pulling as close to them as they were probably hoping, but we'll see how that develops towards the end of this stint. Shake and Baker does, I believe, still have one more driver swap to do. I believe Team Powered is going to be sticking with Nathan for the rest of the race, but we'll see if those driver swap timers affect the positions at all. Could end up being a very close race between Team Powered and Team Woo, depending on where driver swaps are for those teams. And it definitely looks like Team Powered is starting to find their pace again. Team Woo is also starting to drop off of the pace a little bit, dropping off of the back of Shake and Baker even further. They're pretty far behind Shake and Baker, so it's going to be difficult for either of those teams to make up that time before the end of the race. An hour and 30 minutes sounds like a long time, but it does start to run out very quickly as you put in lap after lap. And fortunately for Shake and Baker, it looks like they're only going faster, if not just staying consistent, keeping those laps steady, and that's helping them build a lot of lead right now. Team Powered is definitely starting to speed up a bit. They are cutting down the time ahead to Team Woo. It would be interesting to see if they are able to catch Team Woo and pass them a little bit later into the race, maybe towards the end here. But it looks like Nathan is gaining pretty rapidly on the car ahead. And like I said, an hour and a half is both a short time and a long amount of time. You can both have a lot of time to gain time or a lot of time to lose time. And when you're losing time, it feels like everything goes by a lot faster and you don't have enough time. Nathan's going to be working, trying to whittle down that gap to the car ahead to Justin Nathan and Justin have raced a lot together in drop-in races, and Nathan tends to come out on top, but this isn't any normal race, and Justin is going to be pushing a lot harder than usual. This is the 6 Hours of Daytona, so all of these drivers are giving it their all. We're going to have to see if they end up having to race each other on track or if it falls into a pit stop battle. But Nathan is a very skilled on-track fighter, so coming up on any cars ahead, he is always a threat. Especially if you have to defend against him, it can be tricky to close off all possible passing opportunities, especially around a track like Daytona. If you take a line that's not the fastest line, it can be really tricky to still defend the next corner if they get a good run on you. So as Team Powered starts to close up that gap, Team Woo is going to have to start thinking about what they want to do to defend against this team if they end up getting close enough to battle on track. Team Woo is somewhat locked into their final stint, so if they do have to battle on track, they can't pit much earlier because they do have an overcut happening, so they are going to have to run a little bit longer than everybody else. And Team Powered has cut that 40-second gap down to around 34 seconds and close to 33 now, so they're gaining time. Not super fast, but they are gaining time. Like I said, there's an hour and 24 minutes left, so they do have a lot of time to spend gaining time. If they can keep up this pace, they could definitely have a chance at least second in this race. Shaken Baker ahead is still putting in some impressively consistent lap times. It's going to be really, really difficult for anybody to challenge them for the win, it looks like. It'll have to come down to either a mistake made by Shaken Baker or a trick in the penalty that we haven't been expecting from some of the other teams. But we will see in the next hour or so. Team Powered is definitely making some moves. Shaken Baker starting to show a little bit of caution. That was definitely a sketchy moment for that team. It's gonna definitely get Cameron's heart racing for a little bit. He has to try and calm down, keep himself cool and collected so he doesn't make another mistake because of that. But looks like he did a good job keeping that one held together. That's a tricky corner to handle if you have anything go wrong coming into turn one. It's lots of elevation change. The car's going really fast, and you have to slow down to a very low speed. So any kind of weird movement in the car like that can be really difficult to counteract. But nicely done from Cameron. Got the car back on track and is continuing his laps. We'll have to see if that is a sign of some pace being dropped off or if that was just a simple mistake. Looks like Team Woo is still losing a bit of time to Shaken Baker per lap and to Team Powered. Team Powered is gaining at about a second per lap. So Team Woo is going to have to start picking up the pace a little bit if they don't want Team Powered to start catching them towards the end of this race. and he looked much cleaner through turn 1 that time. So he's definitely built his confidence back up and is back to lapping his consistent laps. Even with that slight mistake at turn 1, he's still lapping about as fast as Team Woo. Team Powered, though, is lapping quite a bit faster than that. And Team Powered is getting closer and closer to just a 30-second gap to Team Woo. So as that develops, we're going to have to keep an eye on those teams in case they end up close on track soon. Also, Diller and Joe Albert getting a little bit closer each lap, 37 seconds between the two of them. If they do have a difference in driver swap amounts, then that 30 seconds could disappear very quickly. Then we're looking at a sub 10-second gap. And Team Powered is still looking pretty good right now, still cutting down that time to the car ahead. Nathan is putting in some pretty fast and consistent laps. We also saw a fastest lap from Shaken Baker just a second ago, 144.79, which is just about 5/100ths faster than Team Powered's fastest lap before that. So everybody is still definitely pushing as hard as they can, trying to extract every bit of potential out of these cars that they can. Nathan's going to be working very hard to cut down that time to the car ahead. Team Woo has Justin in the car right now, so Nathan's going to be trying to catch up to Justin so that they can get some on-track racing done and potentially pass them for second place. As I was mentioning earlier, Joe Albert still has an extra driver swap to finish. So Diller, with that 30-second differential, might be about 2 seconds off of Joe Albert when they both come out of the pits after this final pit stop. It's going to be very close between the two of them with that extra 30-second pit stop for Joe Albert Racing. Again, both the teams have to pit. Only one of them has to do one more 30-second pit stop penalty for the driver swap. And so we'll have to see how that goes, and if both of their stops are consistent in timing and clean, then they could have a very close on-track battle for the end of this race. And we're almost at the final hour of the race, just about 8 minutes left before we get to the final stops, before the final stints. So the pressure is going to be on for this last hour for the teams as they try to make up every last bit of time that they can with the time that they have left. Shaken Baker still far out ahead, looking pretty comfortable at this point. I know they still have one more driver swap to do. But Joe Baker was saying he's feeling pretty confident and he's just going to keep it safe, make sure he finishes the race without spinning at all and losing any chunks of time. Team Powered is still gaining. They've cut down that gap quite a bit, almost down to 25 seconds now. They're going to keep trying to push Team Woo into a mistake, keep trying to apply that pressure. Even from 30 seconds away, you can apply pressure. If your consistent pace looks good enough to worry that team, that's going to start building up on Justin. And Justin's going to have to try and ignore any kind of gaining that Team Powered is doing in the background so that he can focus on his lap times and get the most out of his final stints. And it looked like Shake and Baker just lapped Team Woo. So they lost quite a bit of time there to Team Powered. It looks like Team Powered is gaining pretty significantly now, down to just 13 seconds away, which this gap was at 27 seconds not too long ago. So they're going to be trying to push, trying to gain as much as they can with this little extra bump of time that they've had now. They're also coming up on some traffic, so they're going to have to be careful to try not to lose much time as they do cut through this traffic. Justin going through turn one now. He's going to have to keep his pace up here as Team Powered starts to inch closer and closer. Nathan is still putting down some very solid lap times, but Justin is too. He's also keeping up a pretty steady pace. Nathan is going to have to continue to push this hard if he's going to want to catch them before they pit. And after they pit especially, it's going to be hard to make up time. Everybody's going to be finishing up their last stop, which means it's just straight up to the line after this stop. There's not going to be too much difference from time in pits or anything like that. It's all going to be just on-track time between all the cars. So we'll get a good idea of how far away everybody actually is from each other after this next round of stops in about 4 minutes. Team Compt is going to be coming into the pits, finishing up their stop. And then as we come around to the hour mark, we're going to start seeing our final pit stops. We're at 1 hour and 1 minute remaining. Once this minute is up, I am sure we're going to see a couple teams start to pull into the pits for their final stops. Each of the teams are probably going to want to try to complete their stop a little bit further in than an hour. These cars have about exactly an hour of fuel. So any stops before an hour left will be hard to get to the end of the race without any fuel saving. Again, we're gonna see if Diller and Joe Albert Racing come out of the pits pretty much next to each other at this point. They're almost exactly 30 seconds apart, which is how much time Joe Albert has to spend in the pits serving their penalty for their driver swap. So this is going to be a very close final stint for that 4th position. Team Powered is also gaining on Team Woo, still about a second every 2 or 3 laps. So they are gaining pretty quickly. I did get it confirmed. Team Woo did have a spin coming into turn 1 a little bit earlier, which is where that time got cut down pretty significantly, which is tough for that team, but that's part of endurance racing. Everybody's definitely had at least a small mistake today, so they're definitely not the only ones. It can be tricky when that happens at the end of the race, though, because it feels worse than when it's at the beginning. When you're at the beginning of the race, you know you still have 4 hours, 5 hours left to race and make up for it. When you start getting down to the final hour of the race, these little mistakes start to feel a little more impactful. Even if they're not more impactful, even if it is just the same amount of time, it feels like that's going to cost you more because you don't have that time to make it up. And after 6 hours, 5 hours, I should say, we're coming into the final hour of the race. It's going to be very exciting to see where all these pit strategies result. It's been a lot of close racing so far. Shake and Baker, Team Woo, and Team Powered had a very exciting start to the race. Joe Albert and Dillard were holding on to that back of that pack of 3 towards the beginning as well. Seen some good racing from Joe Albert, Diller, and Rookie Move as well. Compt has been a little bit off the pace today, but they've still been having a great time and have been doing a wonderful job with the blue flags. It's a tricky situation to be in where you're still trying to race, but you have faster cars behind you that do have the right of way trying to get by. It's tricky to let them by without losing much time and losing as little time as you can. Team Powered coming in for their final pit stop first. So Team Powered stops, and now it's going to be up to Team Woo to try and build as much of a gap as possible so that they can try and keep this second place lead over Team Powered. These next few laps are going to be crucial for them. They're going to be stopping with around 45 to 40 minutes left in the race. They had a bit of an overcut strategy, so they've always been stopping a little bit later than everybody. That will be nice for them if they do have to defend. They are going to have less fuel in the car, but their tires will be in better shape, which will help them with defending. A lighter car with more grip is always going to be a little bit easier to drive than a car that's a little more worn out and has a little more weight underneath it. And Rookie Move has now made their pit stop. Team Powered has come out right behind Team Woo. They are 1 lap down from them, so they are a little bit behind, but that's just because of the pit stop. Once Team Woo goes into the pit stop, they're going to be coming out very close to Team Powered. Shake and Baker is now pulling into the pit for their final stop. So they're going to be stopping. Team Woo still out on track, still trying to put in as much time as possible on these tires. They still have about 10 minutes before they're going to stop. I would assume based on their pit stop so far. And Team Powered is right behind them. It seems like stops are taking a little longer than a minute. So if a lap is around 1:40, it's going to be interesting to see if Team Powered will be close on pit exit after Team Woo has taken their stop.
Joe Albert Racing has completed. Shake and Baker has completed.
So if we look at Shake and Baker right now, it looks like some of the stops are taking around a minute, almost over 2 minutes. So it looks like Team Powered might be able to close the gap on Team Woo as they come out of the pits here. We'll have to see where everyone shakes out. So again, Team Woo and Team Powered have passed Shake and Baker on track, but that is not for position. Team Woo still has to make a stop. Shake and Baker is just behind them. Team Powered just behind them. Team Powered is going to be the one that's racing with Team Woo when they come out of their pit stop, as their pit stop will be about 1:50, 2 minutes long. So it should be very close. And Diller's going to be coming out of the pits now. As we said, we're very excited to see where Diller and Joe Albert Racing end up. Their pit times seem to be very close to each other. We'll see if it's as close as we were expecting. Should be around 10 to 20 seconds between the two of them. And these seconds are going to crawl by for Diller as they come out of the pit. They just want to get back up to speed again. They're going to come out around 12 seconds ahead of Joe Albert Racing, so still very much within reach for Joe Albert Racing. If they can push and really go after Diller over the next couple laps, they might be able to make something happen, claim that 4th position for Joe Albert Racing. We'll have to see if they can find that pace or if they're going to struggle. Team Woo is pulling into the pits now. We're going to have to watch Team Powered as they come around their lap, see where they come out in comparison to each other. Team Powered is going to be pushing pretty hard now to try and stay ahead of them after the pit stop. So as Team Woo is coming out of the pits now, Team Powered is just coming around to the final section of the oval on this road course. So as he comes around, they're trying to close up as much of that gap before Team Woo gets out of the pits. Team Powered is cutting it down. It looks like it's going to be about 15 seconds to make up. It'll be interesting to see if Nathan has the pace in him to catch Justin in the car ahead in these last few laps. Again, there's only 49 minutes remaining in the race. Most of the teams have completed all of their stops now, so the times you see on screen are accurate. Team Powered is 9 seconds behind Team Woo, chasing them down, trying to catch them before the checkered flag flies. Joe Albert Racing, same thing, about 10 seconds behind Diller. They're going to be doing everything they can to get those lap times as low as possible so that they can start trying to catch up, start chipping away at that gap. Team Powered, as you can see, is chipping away at that gap down to 7.9 seconds to the car ahead. Nathan is going to be very motivated to put in some fast times, go and chase down Justin in the Team Woo BMW M6. And Team Woo dealing with some blue flag traffic. Again, not something they're going to want to be doing when they have Nathan coming to chase them down. Justin has been showing really good pace and consistency, so if he can just keep this up for the next 47 minutes, he could stay ahead and hold on to this second place position. But it's going to be a hard-fought battle if Nathan is able to keep up this pace and keep chipping away at those 7 seconds as he has been for the past 2 laps. Looks like Joe Albert is maybe trying to stick close to the back of the Team Woo car, even though they are a lap behind. Like I said earlier in the stream, they can still use that draft off of the Team Woo car to try and gain a little bit of time on Diller ahead and try and close that gap up for themselves. Team Power did close down that gap quite a bit, but they are having trouble closing it down much further. Of course, as I say that, Nathan is starting to close down closer to 6.5 seconds now. Hopefully he can maintain that and keep that consistency up as he chases down the car we're looking at right now with Justin driving. This is Justin's first 6-hour endurance race, and he's been doing a great job holding his consistency, keeping his concentration, and just getting used to what a 6-hour race is like. It's a difficult kind of race to start with, and he's been doing an awesome job just holding on, keeping his team exactly where it needs to be. Team Powered is closer to 6 seconds behind now, so they are gaining slowly. They still have 44 minutes left to try and close that gap and get the pass done before the end of the race. Can just see them entering the chicane in the background as Team Woo exits the chicane, coming onto the final straight before the start finish. Team Powered now definitely kicking it up a gear, down to a 5-second gap. They're really pushing now. Definitely going to be trying to close up this gap and secure second position. And looking at lap times, it looks like Team Powered is really starting to reel in their pace there, really starting to reel in Team Woo. They are putting in lap times about a second per lap faster. So Justin is about to have the pressure on him. Looks like as well the sun is about to start coming up on track and is mostly up. We're going to start getting a warmer track. It's going to start heating up the track, giving everybody a little bit more pace. Justin might have an opportunity to defend because of that. We'll have to see in the next couple minutes. Checking back in a race we were interested in earlier, Joe Albert and Diller racing. Still about 10-second gap between them with 40 minutes to go. That can definitely be closed up or spread out a little bit further. We'll have to see if Joe Albert Racing has the pace in them to close down that 10-second gap. Jamie is in the car at the moment. He is one of our faster drivers, so he does have a good chance at catching up. It looks like AJ is going to be the driver for Diller to finish out the race, however, so AJ is also a very fast driver. This is going to be difficult for Joe Albert Racing to make up this time, but if they have some good laps ahead of them, they still might be able to close that 10-second gap. Team Powered is also starting to get very close, under 4 seconds now. Team Powered just behind Joe Albert Racing on track is going to have to get around them once they catch up, if they do want to get up to Team Woo. It is a blue flag situation, so Joe Albert will have to let them by if they can get side by side with them. But Joe Albert is also racing pretty hard trying to catch Diller. So we'll see how quickly or how long it's going to take Nathan to get around the Corvette in front of him. Team Powered is now getting down to 2.7 seconds to Team Woo. Really, really closing that gap down now. Getting closer and closer every single lap, just seconds at a time. And I think I'm overhearing Francisco confirming they are definitely going to be defending against Nathan if he catches up. So Justin is going to have his elbows out ready to defend against Nathan when he catches up in the Bentley Continental. Looks like Joe Albert is going to do a bit of a tactical swap of position, get tucked back in behind Team Powered, and use up some of that draft to try and close the gap up to Diller. And Team Powered is now past Joe Albert on their way to chasing down Team Woo. Almost a second and a half now between them. This time is closing very quickly. You can see they're just ahead of them, just only a corner away. After 6 hours of racing, it's going to come down to this. Team Powered coming after Team Woo. Nathan Roberts versus Justin Bagamolny. I'm overhearing Justin ask if he's going to get into any trouble if he's battling Nathan too hard in spins. So I think we are definitely going to see some elbows out driving from Justin. It's going to be up to Nathan to be very aggressive on his move and try and get by Justin before he has a chance to really set up his defense, stay on the inside for most of the corners, and try to keep Team Powered behind them as long as possible. Team Powered now within a second of Team Woo. All right, it looks like we're about to have some good racing between these two teams, Team Woo and Team Powered. Again, that's Justin racing for Team Woo and Nathan for Team Powered. Nathan has been putting in a lot of good, fast laps coming up to this, so Nathan definitely has the advantage and the confidence to go after Justin right now, try and get a pass done to secure second just before the finish of the race. We have about 35 minutes remaining, so only 5 minutes until we have half an hour left in the race. Nathan looked good through the chicane, so he is going to gain a little bit more time coming up to Team Woo on the final straight before the start finish. Team Powered now right on the back of Team Woo's bumper. They're definitely going to be looking for an opportunity now. Anywhere that Team Woo starts to make a mistake, Team Powered is going to try and stick their nose in just like that. Team Woo with a little slip out of that corner. Team Powered looks like they had to check up a little bit, so they might not have the run that they wanted to coming into this corner. If you're not side by side by this corner, then Team Woo will have a chance to defend this. Will Team Powered have enough braking potential? It looks like Team Woo's going to hold on to the inside, but that does put Team Powered on the inside for the next corner onto the straight, which is a little bit of an advantage. Team Powered keeps it on the inside. There's a little bit of contact. Team Woo rotates a lot. That is a little bit of a bump. Unfortunate, but it looks like Team Powered is going to walk away with that position. And never mind, it looks like he's going to go ahead and give that position back. Was not happy with how he got that position. He's going to give it back and give it another go. We respect that a lot. We appreciate that from all of our drivers. It's very important that we have respectful driving. And it looked like they weren't happy with that pass back at the trickier part of the track, so now they're going to try turn one. And just ahead of them, Diller and Joe Albert are at each other's necks as well. And Team Powered makes the pass again. Looks like Joe Albert has also been passed by Diller. So we've got a lot of close racing happening here at the end of this 6-hour race. A lot of the teams are going to be pushing each other. A lot of these teams are trying to hold on to the positions that they just lost as well. Joe Albert is not going to give up here. They're going to fight back with Diller, try to claim that back. Still only 5/10 behind them with 30 minutes left in the race. Still a lot can happen with 30 minutes left in the race. Team Powered is going to be coming up on two cars that are racing pretty hard, so he's going to have to be careful. The blue flag is not going to be as easy to get as it was before. They're not going to let him by. They're definitely going to be racing each other for position coming up to this. Team Woo unfortunately had a bit of an accident going into the chicane there. The entry was just a little bit off, and that just goes to show how risky that corner is. It's so easy to get your entry just a little bit wrong, and then it totally screws up the rest of your corner, and that corner is so high speed, it's very difficult not to crash if you do anything other than what you're used to doing. So that seems like it's gonna almost solidify second position for Team Powered. Now we have Joe Albert still chasing down Diller, less than a second behind Diller still. And just a few more seconds and we'll be down to the final 30 minutes of our 6-hour race. Still only 5/10 separating Joe Albert Racing and Dad's I'd Love to Race. Joe Albert Racing is going to be giving it everything they've got, trying to catch up to the car in front. After 6 hours of racing, the last 30 minutes are going to be this close for the 4th position in the race. First, second, and third look pretty solidified as long as nobody crashes. Those should be set, but this 4th and 5th is nowhere near determined. As you can see, Joe Albert still has a lot of pace in them, a lot of consistency, and have been showing a lot of consistency all day long. So we'll be interested to see if they're able to close the gap on Diller. See that really, really aggressive braking from Joe Albert. They are definitely closing that down, trying to get as close as they can, starting to try to apply that pressure again, as we talked about with a few other racing moments throughout the race. Lots of the drivers are starting to try to apply pressure to the car in front of them. Joe Albert's doing a great job in this car. Jamie looks very confident chasing down the Bentley right now. He's going to have to see if he can find a spot to sneak by and claim 4th for their team. As we've seen a lot of teams get this close, but it's hard to actually make the pass happen. It's difficult once you get within those 2, 3, 4 tenths. It's really hard to follow closely enough without following too closely and having to back yourself up a bit and worry about what the team in front of you is doing. The teams are now starting to push each other as hard as they can, trying to apply as much pressure as they can. And we're going to go on board with Joe Albert Racing as they chase down Diller on this lap here. And you can see there, it looks like they're dealing with a lot of rotation from the rear of the car. I'm assuming their tires are getting pretty low now. They're pretty far into the stint. You can see they're starting to miss some of their braking points, starting to brake a little deep, which is not going to help them with catching Diller, especially if they start getting in their own heads about it and are having trouble maintaining that consistency. Diller is coming up on lapped traffic now, though, so that could give Joe Albert Racing an opportunity to get closer. You can see how much that Corvette is sliding in the back, though. They've got very little grip left on the rear of the car after a long stint. Getting closer and closer to the end of the race. Every minute is really starting to count as they come down to the last 25 minutes or so. Rookie Move's going to go ahead and get out of the way for everybody, which is much appreciated. That's very nice of them to do, considering how hard these two are going to be racing for the last 26 minutes of this race. Like I was talking about before, sometimes just having that car ahead of you is enough to help you pull that a little bit of extra pace out, start chasing them down. It does look like Joe Albert is starting to push a little bit too hard, though, and is starting to lose some time in that pursuit of Diller. Joe Albert Racing is now leading a bit of a train of drivers. Team Powered is working their way past some more lap traffic with a Rookie Move. Looks like they've gotten past. Now Team Powered is going to be up behind Joe Albert Racing. They might just let them race, though. as Team Powered's position is pretty solidified. Unless Team Powered's pace is a lot faster, they might not even try to pass Joe Albert. We'll have to wait and see. And it looks like Joe Albert might be starting to lose a little bit of pace now. Seems like they were pushing pretty hard just to try and catch everybody. And in that little extra bit of pushing, they might have pushed the tires a little too far and are now going to have too much trouble catching up to Diller. Diller has now built up a 2 and a bit of a second gap. So Diller is just going to have to keep it consistent for these last 24 minutes. And of course, as I say that, we see a little shake from the rear of the car, showing that this car is also suffering with some lower tires, and the wear is starting to show up. It's going to be hard for them to keep this straight and on track. Still only 1.7 seconds between the two cars, which if you mess up just a couple corners, it's easy to close up under 2 seconds. Joe Albert Racing still hanging on behind Diller. AJ is driving for Diller at the moment, and I believe we have Jamie driving for Joe Albert Racing. Jamie's been showing a lot of pace all day today. Definitely has been holding up on the consistency side of things. So if he can just keep holding on, still has 22 minutes, not an unreasonable amount of time to close up that gap. It's only a second and a half. It's very capable of closing that up again, giving it another go. This time, hopefully a little more in control so he can maximize any time he does gain. He was looking a little bit squirrely before, having a little bit of trouble getting the power down on that car, pushing his braking zones a little too far. Looks like Diller is now starting to struggle with their tires. So Joe Albert's going to go ahead and try and get up to the back of that car. Hopefully in that push they don't also start to overheat their tires and then make it troublesome to pass. As you can see, Jamie in the Corvette is starting to cut down that gap again, getting close to a second. We saw him here before. He managed to get it down to 0.3 of a second last time. Let's see if he can cut the gap down that much again this time, and maybe even solidify the position, get a pass complete on Diller. Diller's going to be doing their very best to defend the position, keep up their pace, and not give him the chance. Looks like Team Powered is still comfortably pulling away from Team Woo. It looks like Nathan did find a good bit of pace to continue driving with after he got that pass done on Justin. Again, we saw that pass a little bit earlier where there was a little bit of contact. Nathan went ahead and gave the position back because he didn't like how that was done, and went ahead and gave it another go, got the pass done in turn 1, while Joe Albert and Diller were racing just ahead of them. Starting to see Jamie driving a bit more like Nathan here, pushing that braking zone really hard, really trying to close up as much time to the back of that Bentley as he can. And that's going to be 20 minutes remaining in the endurance race. So we're really coming down to the wire here. And it looks like Diller might have had an accident and Joe Albert Racing has gotten by. I did miss it on the camera, but it looks like, yeah, Diller did have a bit of a spin. So that was Joe Albert Racing team's chance to get ahead and claim 4th position for their team, which is very well earned. They were fighting very hard to keep that pace up and stay on the back of that car. They applied the pressure just enough, and it did result in a spin from Diller. So they've got to be pretty happy about that position gain now. And with just under 17 minutes left in the race, looks like Rookie Move is going to have to come in and serve their penalty, unfortunately. They just got I would assume, a stop and go or a drive-through penalty. So that's going to be an unfortunate loss of time there, definitely solidifying them in the 6th place position. Diller and Joe Albert have also mostly spread out after Diller had a little bit of a spin there. So Diller now 9 seconds behind Joe Albert Racing. Joe Albert Racing just has to keep it together for these last 16, 15 minutes or so, and they should be in the clear for 4th place. Team Woo also lost that 2nd place position to Team Powered in this final stint. Really good driving from Nathan at Team Powered and Jamie at Joe Albert Racing. Both of them did exactly what they needed to do, applied pressure to the driver ahead and waited. Oh, and it looks like Joe Albert also had a little bit of a spin. He's going to have to take it easy here for a second, as Diller is going to be coming up very quickly behind. Through the chicane they go and past Joe Albert. So that leaves 15 minutes for Joe Albert to make that back up. As you can see, the race is never over. Joe Albert Racing now 7.7 seconds behind Diller. They've swapped back. Diller made a mistake, and now Joe Albert Racing has made a mistake. They're going to have to fight again for that position if they want to get it back. It's going to be really hard to gain that time back in 15 minutes now. We're getting down to the wire. It's going to be hard for any of the teams to make up any significant time at this point. Joe Albert Racing is really going to have to start hoping that Diller has another similar mistake to the one they made. And the one that Diller also made earlier, just get a little bit too confident in the corner and have the back slowly turn around a bit. That's what happened here with Diller and with Joe Albert Racing. This stint has been well driven by both of these drivers as well. AJ and Jamie both doing a great job pushing themselves to the limit, really going for every last bit of time they can find. They're both having occasional mistakes, but both of them are having mistakes, so it's going to be interesting to see if everybody can keep it on track until the end of the race here. If anybody else makes a mistake, Joe Albert Racing is still definitely within. Oh, and Joe Albert Racing just got a penalty, which is going to really hamper their progress for the last 15 minutes. I'd say that's probably a solidified 5th place for Joe Albert Racing with that penalty being applied. It's a frustrating end to the race, but a really good drive from Jamie. He absolutely killed it chasing down the Diller car and applying pressure, trying to get them to make a mistake, trying to force them into a mistake, which he absolutely managed to do. Unfortunately, he also got pressured into making a mistake, spun in the chicane, so now after a small penalty, it's going to be really tough for him to make any time back up against Diller. At this point, really, he has to hope that Diller also gets a penalty. And looking back to the race leader now, Shaken Baker, they've had an amazing performance today. They're currently 90 seconds in front of the car behind. Absolutely incredible driving from Joe and Cameron today. They also had Justin on their strategy team helping them out on that side of things. As you can see, Shaken Baker having a little bit of trouble through the chicane. Luckily, they've got a lot of time to have trouble. So these last 11 minutes should still be pretty relaxed for Joe Baker as he finishes up the race. So far, everybody today has put in an amazing effort. It's been great seeing all of these drivers come to the track at Asheville for our 6 Hours of Daytona. It's always an exciting time to host a 6-hour endurance race here. We always love having our drivers come and prepare, practice, and work together with their teams to try and pull out the best result possible. Team Powered just had a bad crash with Team Woo not far behind. That's going to leave them susceptible to getting past here right before the end of the race. They only have 11 minutes left. That's going to be a very dangerous crash for them to have. Team Woo is now in striking distance. Hopefully Team Powered still has the tires to not make another mistake like that again. Can see Team Powered just around the bend of the oval, so not much distance between them and Team Woo now. Team Powered is going to have to put their heads down, make sure they get a lot of consistent fast laps in here. Of course, working through blue flag traffic is also not ideal for that team at the moment. That gap is closing very quickly. Almost under 4 seconds left between those two teams. Looks like Compt is going to let the Team Powered through, coming through that second corner. And Team Woo is definitely not losing time to Team Powered ahead. Team Powered is now probably trying to take it easy enough to guarantee that they're not going to run into any issues, but Team Woo is going to be pushing as hard as they can to close up those 3 seconds in the final 8 minutes of this race. 6 hours of racing, and it comes down to this: 2 seconds between Team Powered and Team Woo. Team Powered just had a small mistake out of the chicane the last time they were around, so now the gap is down to 2.8 seconds to Team Woo. Team Powered is taking their time, making sure that they're not going to crash. Team Woo is ready to go catch them and try and take that position back, though. Team Woo does have a couple blue flagged cars between them. Again, just lapped cars that they're going to have to get past. Oh, and Team Woo does have a slide into the wall there, which brings them back to 4.5 seconds. Again, showing nobody is safe from any kind of accidents at this point. Anybody can have a slight lapse of judgment, make a mistake, and lose 10 seconds in an instant, as we saw with Team Powered just a couple laps ago. Team Woo's accident not nearly as bad, only a couple seconds lost, down to 5 seconds behind Team Powered now. They're looking a little bit safer, but they're still going to be pushing as hard as they can to try and catch Team Powered ahead. Justin is doing a great job of holding on to the back of Nathan on the Team Powered car. He did have a mistake, but he's not losing too much time afterwards, still keeping the gap around 5 seconds for that lap. He is not giving up before the end of this race. There's still 6 minutes and 30 seconds left, and if he can apply enough pressure to the Bentley ahead, there is still a possibility he could get them to spin and still take second place in this race. And we are quickly approaching the last 5 minutes of this 6-hour endurance race. All of the teams have put in so much effort today, racing all 6 hours around this Daytona road course. Everybody's done a fantastic job with their strategies, with their pace. I think everybody is performing exactly where they wanted to, if not a little bit above. Team Powered, I know, was feeling a little better coming into this race, but they know Shake and Baker is a menacing team to try and face. Shake and Baker has won a couple endurance races before and is very fast. So again, you're still seeing Team Powered not quite going as fast as they probably can, just trying to maintain position, keep the car safe, keep themselves from spinning, rotating the car too much. Also, Diller is not going to want to give up this spot too easily, even with a 44-second gap. As we've seen, anything can happen even with 4 minutes remaining. So everybody's going to want to hold on to their position for this last section of the race. And Team Woo has an unfortunate spin coming back onto the oval. And with 3 minutes remaining in the race, I think we're going to watch Shake and Baker for the final couple laps as they bring it home to victory. It's a hard-fought win and a well-deserved win at that. They did a really good job carrying this car around through these 6 hours, keeping up a fantastic pace, fantastic consistency. They nailed their strategy. Everything went right for them today. They had very minimal mistakes, very minimal accidents. They only had a couple moments where they really lost the car and had to make time back up. As you can see, they did fine and managed to make up 100 seconds on the car behind. Absolutely impressive driving from both Joe Baker and Cameron Albea. And with Shake and Baker coming across the line with less than 1 lap of time left, this is going to be the final lap of the race. So Shake and Baker is going to complete the race with this lap. This is the final timed lap of the race. When Shake and Baker comes around next, that'll be the checkered flag. Team Powered is now trying to make their way around Shake and Baker. They are a lap down, so they are not going to be racing for position 2. Shake and Baker is now lapped team powered, absolutely incredible driving from both of those drivers. They've really proven today how good they are as a team and how well their strategy and their pace works. And that will be the white flag, meaning next time the leader crosses the start-finish, that'll be the checkered flag and the end of the Track at Asheville's Daytona 6-hour endurance race. And with team-powered Shaken Baker, Team Woo coming onto the final straight, this is going to be the final run down to the start-finish straight in this race. So as Shaken Baker comes around the start-finish line now, they're going to be congratulated profusely on an amazing finish. Absolutely amazing job from Shaken Baker. They absolutely deserved that race win. They did a fantastic job. Diller still out on their lap now, just finishing up the race, coming around to the end. So you're going to see Shaken Baker finished first place, team powered second place behind them, Team Woo. Really great job from everyone. We're going to hear a round of applause from everyone, congratulating all the drivers. Everybody did an amazing job with the race today. This is a fantastic 6-hour race for us. We love seeing a lot of on-track racing during these races. It was very impressive from everyone involved. We're excited to host some more in the future. Diller coming around to the second to last straight with Rookie Move just ahead of them. And they're going to take it through the chicane one last time to close out this race. And one more time around the banking of Daytona as we draw this endurance race to an end. Again, Shaken Baker with an amazing first place finish, lapped second place before the end of the race. Team Powered second place, also put in an awesome effort trying to beat Team Woo. They did a fantastic job. Team Woo also did great, and that's the end of the race. A little celebratory crash from everyone. Thank you everyone for watching and hanging out for these 6 hours of Daytona. It's been great commentating. I hope to see you for the next one.